Should be. House of Lies. Tales. The mystery of the Druids. Quite a lot of them. Just hanging out at the Stonehenge, having themselves a party. Practicing their throat singing. Maybe they have a metal band there. Or orgies. That could happen too. Oh. Never mind. Sacrificing babies. 5 of them to be exact. I did not remember this being the beginning. Okay, they didn't sacrifice the babies, but everybody else got burned. The fuck? The chosen ones.
And that's why I say you're a blockhead, Lowry. How could you let such a thing happen? The man was innocent. What do you think the press are going to say about all this? Now get out of here! Get the hell out of my sight! And if I have any more trouble with you, you'll be dishing out parking tickets before long. That's a promise, Lowry!
Yeah, you heard him, Lowry.
Oh, and here's my good friend Halligan. Another one of the invaluable detectives of our glorious murder squad.
I'll just stand here.
Gaping. Come in.
No, I'm not even gaping, I'm just a robot. Staring at the wall.
I'm glad you could make it. After all, you're a busy man, aren't you? Now look here, Detective Halligan. I've got used to being surrounded by a bunch of incompetent, half-baked blockheads. But your smart, well-dressed colleague Lowry has just earned himself the golden badge of stupidity. Halligan, we've got a bit of a problem. We've had an innocent man locked up in jail. Regrettably, he was killed in prison before we could correct our mistake. Unfortunate affair. And now we've got this lunatic killer running around all over London. We have to make sure that at least this oversight is put right. Your clear-up rate so far ought to be sufficient evidence that there's no point in asking you to clear up anything more than a common bicycle theft. But this does happen to be the murder squad. I am the chief of this department. All I have for choice is that blockhead Lowry and you.
I am staring at the wall
Chief.
again.
What do you want me to do?
So, Chief is sitting here. Halligan is standing here. Chief is staring at Halligan's crotch, and Halligan is staring at the wall. This is how humans work, right? How about... There, eyes locked. Now you can actually make it. I have no idea what you're talking about, me keeping a secret or a dark secret. I have no clue what you're talking about. Oh, Jeffrey B. Miller. Why does he have handle straps on his shoulders? Because he dresses weirdly? Or maybe that's a color design on the shirt.
Where did Lowry go wrong?
Your dear colleague Lowry dealt with the skeleton murders last year. You should know that, Halligan. Lowry worked on the case for several months, and finally managed to pull a culprit out of the hat. A butcher from South London. A married man, with kids. They gave him a life sentence. He was in jail till 3 weeks ago.
Skeleton murders, so a crazy guy is going around killing skeletons? Hey, Goblin! Hey, Grumble! Not the suspenders, I mean the brown jacket. Oh, you were talking about Halligan. Well, it's a design choice? Oh yes, maybe that's where Lowry went wrong. The killer is not a man. The killer is a skeleton. The undead are walking amongst us.
Pulled out of the hat, you say? So the butcher didn't do it after all?
Oh, you're a genius, Halligan. He didn't do it. We found that out today.
So it was like this. Lowry puts a lot of names and then he's like... Yeah, he did it. I'm gonna arrest him because he did it. That's how police work, right? Just put names into a jar like, these are all the suspects I've got. Yeah, this guy did it. Alright, I got enough evidence.
He didn't do it. How could he be convicted then?
Detective Lowry imaginatively constructed an impressive chain of evidence, and the court followed his arguments in detail. The public wanted somebody to blame, and they found somebody. That's life.
Yeah, throw him into the slammer. Throw him into the slammer. He's dead now. He wasn't the guy. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. A little mistake.
Well, all right, these things happen. But how do you know that the man Lowry arrested didn't commit the murders?
Very simple. Dead people don't go around committing more murders.
There's been another murder.
Exactly, Halligan. A pile of bones has been found in Epping Forest. Supposedly a male corpse. We don't know any more than that. I presume we both agree that it can't have been Lowry's man, eh?
Oh, of course.
You see, I've just managed to get that into Lowry's head as well. You heard it? Lowry's off the case. Halligan, you drive out to Epping Forest and take a look at the evidence.
Of course, sir.
And Halligan, no sloppiness now. I want results. Sensible results. The press has already been terrorizing me this morning. The killer must be found. Do I make myself clear?
Of course, Chief.
Good. This is the file with all the necessary information, and now you better get going quickly.
Also, Chief, you got something wrong with your arms? I mean, when you have them in a certain way, they're 2D! They're 2D 3D arms! They're flat! How did they fuck that up? When he moves, it doesn't move the whole freaking shape, it's just the points. So it goes flat. He's a cop. There's Scotland Yard. Yes, this is Scotland Yard. Halligan is one of the murder detectives. How could they fuck it up so much? Maybe I should be moving like him. You know, he moves very human-like. You guys are gonna be loving the animations and this and other stuff. Oh boy, here we go. I am thinking. Book of matches. Don't mind if I do. I guess he didn't mind if I do.
What mad assassin are you referring to?
Halligan, it's well known that you'd rather read those crazy books of yours during office hours than taking any real interest in the affairs of this department. But it would now appear that you've even stopped reading the newspapers as well. For months now, a killer's been running around in London, taking victims apart and leaving nothing but bones for us to find. You can read about it in any newspaper.
You mean the business out at the Silent Inn? That was over a year ago.
At
There
least
were
it was
two
a
more
Silent Hill.
murders later, Halligan. 3, actually.
Oh yes, I will be detecting the most detectiveness that you needed to detect.
Oh yes, there was the case by the Thames, and the business with the bones found in the north of the city.
Exactly. Lowry's suspect was seen at 2 of the 3 crime scenes. That wouldn't usually be sufficient for a summons to the police station. But Lowry and Stryker twisted the thing so badly that the poor man actually lost in court. And now he's dead. He was stabbed in prison.
Then the case seems to be closed, doesn't it?
You see, that's exactly what I wouldn't say. I got a phone call this morning. Guess what's happened?
Another murder?
There's been another murder.
Exactly, Halligan. A pile of bones has been found in Epping Forest. Supposedly a male corpse. We don't know any more than that. I presume we both agree that it can't have been Lowry's man, eh?
Oh, of course.
You see, I've just managed to get that into Lowry's head as well. You heard it? Lowry's off the case. Halligan, you drive out to Epping Forest and take a look at the evidence.
Of course, sir.
And Halligan, no sloppiness now. I want results. Sensible results. The press has already been terrorizing me this morning. The killer must be found. Do I make myself clear?
Of course, Chief.
Except you're expecting sensible results from Halligan, of all people. Are you sure you're talking to the right man? You know, I know Halligan. Sensible is not one of his fortes. Don't mind
Think
if...
first, Brent.
They really tried to go for the film noir look with Halligan.
The duty roster. The Chief's shelves are definitely tidier than mine.
Hey, Chris.
I've no idea who that might be. I may have seen the face in the papers sometime. I don't know this one. Some gangster or other.
I got a feeling that's the development team.
A map of London. A real American water dispenser.
I don't recall American water dispensers looking like an aquarium that you have at home. They usually aren't bowl-shaped. They're those big canisters. But a ball, a sphere?
I'm not thirsty.
Well, good for you.
All our files are stored in there.
And also, my arm is now stuck in this very American water dispenser. Help, Captain. Help me, Chief. I am stuck. What should I do? Help! Ah, don't worry, Chief. I got out of there. Chief, I think you need better chairs. These are really tiny, or Halligan is super tall. Oh, step chief, I'm stuck. Help! Not again, Halligan. Again? It's like, how often this happens to these two? Can we take pictures of my butt?
This is our new copying machine.
Hooray! How did I know? You're supposed to take a picture of your butt, not your face.
A rubbish bin.
Yeah, you are rubbish bin. I cannot look at him. Get a description of who this guy is. Alright.
Hello, Chris.
Hi, Halligan.
Hey, Chris, you're in the game, apparently. You're a nerd!
Have you heard of the new skeleton murder?
Not only heard, I've already been out to where the body was found, together with the forensic squad.
And? What did you find out?
Not a lot. The killer did a neat job. No traces, no witnesses. This madman doesn't seem to be so stupid at all.
Did you examine the other cases as well, Chris?
Of course.
What do you think these people died of?
It was no natural death, if that's what you mean, Halligan.
Let me shuffle here while I talk with you. That is totally normal human. Yes, it is very normal human activity. Everybody's a fucking robot. These animations are so janky. I love it.
I'll just drive out there and have a look at it.
Just you do that, Brent.
Okay, Chris. See you later on.
I mean, everything is so incredibly janky.
Here, Chris, for you.
Halligan, what do you want? What am I supposed to do with your file? You better keep that.
Characters look like Sims from Sims 1. Yeah, and Sims 1 is much better.
Something is just being distilled there. Something is just being distilled there. A flask. A flask. A flask. A flask.
He's turning into Jack Orlando. A flask.
If I pull that hose off, the whole of Scotland Yard will blow up. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Blood!
Really hate your job, don't you?
That's the gas hose for the Bunsen burner.
And also, pulling that out will not make the place explode. It will just make that hose burn. Because it's filled with gas and it will just... It really goes to show that Halligan is no scientist.
This is the hose to cool down the flask. This is the hose to cool down the flask.
Remember, people, here we don't say flask. Here we say flask. They could also walk right into one of the Alone in the Dark games. And the Alone in the Dark characters would still look better than these guys.
A container with chemicals.
Boy, my favorite. Can we drink one? Just for shits and giggles?
Chris's pinboard. Somebody's written here. Hecker, you sleepyhead. When do I get my damn DNA analyses? That must be from Chief Miller. You can recognize his intonation even on the paper. A light switch.
Can we actually turn off the lights?
Without the light, it will be much too dark in here.
Oh no. It might get dark. Ooh.
You can buy soft drinks for high prices here.
Excellent.
Scotland Yard, my employer.
Well, it says New Scotland Yard. So
That's a fire hose.
Gabriel, did you know that that's a fire hose?
That's a fire hose.
Now you do know. This really is like freaking Jack Orlando. Just saying what the thing is, not describing it. We're saying something witty. But then again, it's this game. There's nothing witty about it. So, is this still Miller's room or? No, it's Larry. I don't see anything wrong with how he is positioned. There is absolutely nothing wrong the way he's sitting. This is one of the reasons why this game is so greatly janky. The animations are so bad. I mean, he's here, but his hitbox is where it should be. I'm talking to his ass, because why the fuck not?
Hello, Lowry.
Oh no, not you, Halligan. You're all I need at the moment.
It's just not your day, is it?
All the better for you, Halligan, of course. Your last good day in this department must have been a few months ago. By the way, congratulations on your new case. I can't believe the chief has put a loser like you on it.
You're right, Larry. My last good day was quite some time ago. It was the day you went on holiday, and I didn't have to stand looking at your face.
Hey,
Burn.
hey, Detective Halligan. You see this as an opportunity, don't you? You think you're going to make it big in this department, don't you? Become the chief's favourite detective? I'll tell you something, Halligan. You won't get there. You're a loser and you'll stay one. The chief knows that as well as I do. You'll need to come to terms with that.
If you say so.
Let's not argue, Lowry. I need some information from you about the last investigations.
You've got the file, Halligan. I suppose you can read. And now scram!
Also, Halligan has turned into a ventriloquist because his mouth barely moves.
Thanks for being so helpful, Detective.
You're welcome, Halligan.
I wonder how I can read this.
My case file. My case file. My case file. My case file.
That's all I get. Just my case file. It's like, okay. Can I read it somehow? Do I need to go somewhere to read it? It's probably that. I need to go somewhere to read it. Alright, let's try to find our office. Maybe that's the place where I need to go. Ah! Now we're gonna get some really great animations with this lady. Just watch. If I remember correctly. First off, look at her shadow underneath the in the chair. Great animation there first. In each individual part of the body, arm, hand, torso, legs, all have their own individual shadows. So, they layer on the top of each other. That's why the shadow looks so weird. So they didn't even know how to do shadows properly.
Hello, Janet.
Hello, Brent.
Hello, audience. Let me speak to you. How is everybody's day doing? Ah, fuck my back. Oh. This is how normal human is sitting. Yeah, you can just hear the Oh, like, you okay? I'm fine. And also, she's staring at us and not Halligan. Stop looking at the camera.
Have you heard? The chief has handed Lowry's case over to me. The skeleton murders.
Yes, and there was no way that I could have missed the conversation between the chief and Lowry.
Yes, and I talk like a normal human being. We're gonna be... Your mother sucks cock it. Oh, hi, I didn't see... Yeah, she is possessed by something, alright. Also, how is her arm... It's like she's turned, so this is like that. And then that goes like back there. Ah! Just even imitating her. Ah, fuck. Things cramps. Ugh. Just trying to imitate that pose hurts like hell. And also her left thigh is totally...
Have we got a file about that?
As far as I can see, you've already got the file, Brent.
What? Yes, of course I've got the file. But you know that Larry and Stryker have been working on this case. The file contains a load of ridiculous nonsense, you know that. I need the terminal.
Remember the official channels, Brent. Get the necessary forms and then we'll talk again.
Good. See you later then.
Take your time, Brent.
That should be the sound effect when she moves. Okay, bye then. Is this our office? I would imagine that this is. A lot of pizza there on the floor.
Al's Pizza Palace makes the best pizza in the whole of London.
How are you not super fat if you just eat pizza? Maybe he works out a lot. Rest in peace.
God save the Queen. Even if she's wearing a really ugly green suit. The districts of London. Corn circles. That was really interesting.
No, it says crop circles, not corn circles.
The Sirius riddle. Non-smoker within 21 days.
Fresh start. 21 days to stop smoking. John Sinclair.
John Sinclair, Ghost Hunter. My favorite book. My cooking book for single households. This book claims that I can stop smoking. Ah, all about darts. A top title. I didn't like that. Ah, all about darts. A top title. There was a really good DIY description to build dartboards in it. I didn't like that book very much. I wanted to give it to Stryker, but he doesn't read.
Why are you keeping like a cookbook in your office? Do you live here? I mean, looking at the state of it, I think he lives here.
The Scotland Yard cupboard standard model detective. Veneered pressboard. There's only superfluous stuff in there. My books. Scotland Yard could fork out some money for an additional shelf. I can find my way without a map. I know my way around well enough.
In the whole of London? You do know that London is bigger than Finland. Not by land, but by population.
My writing desk. I am definitely the only one who can make head or tail of it. Think first, Brent.
Huh. I think that's the part that you don't know how to do. There should be music playing in the background. Or maybe there isn't the music in this part.
This is my collection of case files.
Anything
I
important?
won't find anything I could make use of now in there. Of course, it can't work like that.
Of course. He's wearing a corset underneath the trench coat to keep his figures looking slim. That would explain it.
This is my collection of case files. My answering machine. A perfect way of avoiding unpleasant phone calls.
And apparently you never get any.
My answering machine. I never use the receiver. That thing is just too heavy. That's the receiver of the telephone. I never use the receiver. That thing is just too heavy. Using the loudspeaker is much more comfortable.
Using the receiver is way too heavy. It's made out of plastic, with a little bit of circuit boards in it. How can that be heavy? How weak is this? How weak is this man? Apparently no number is memorized. "911 is busy." Hell is busy.
My writing desk. I am definitely the only one who can make head or tail of it. This is my collection of case files. This is my collection of case files. My coat rack. I can throw my hat onto the hook from the door.
Just like James Bond. Hey, Bennigan.
It's a little bit too bulky to walk around with. Smoking will be the death of me. The cleaner will empty the ashtray. This is my collection of case files.
Alright, so couldn't do anything there. Excuse me, sir.
Hello, Chief. I've got a question.
Oh, have you? I'm listening, but keep it short.
Are you sure you're listening? You went with la 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 la. I'm not listening to what Halligan has to say. I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way to eat your skin.
Chief, I've been to see Janet. Have these absurd measures been introduced because of me?
Among others, yes. They were introduced for your benefit. Don't you like them?
Are you still cross with me because of that business with the royal family?
Indeed. Yes, indeed, Detective. The press and the inspectorate made my life hell for 8 weeks. You should be grateful that we somehow managed to keep things under control. But jokes like that are a thing of the past. Once and for all, you and Lowry will have to ask for my signature before you take a single step, even if you just want to go to the toilet.
I'm on my way.
I should think so too.
So, how do I go and get to see Janet then?
Hello, Chief. I've got a question.
Oh, have you? I'm listening, but keep it short.
Look, Chief, it's about these damned security regulations. I can't work this way.
You forget yourself, Halligan. You're standing in the office of your chief inspector. I don't want to hear any of your goddamn cursing in here.
Are you still cross with me because of that business with the royal family?
Indeed. Yes, indeed, Detective. The press and the inspectorate made my life hell for 8 weeks. You should be grateful that we somehow managed to keep things under control, even if you...
Chief, that could take ages. We may lose important clues in the meantime.
I'm sure you'll cope with the situation, Halligan. Now, stop whining. I'm sick of hearing it.
Well then, But you'll be held responsible.
Of course, Halligan. That's what I'm your chief for. And now our nice little chat is over. Get back to work, Detective.
Of course, Chief. Thanks a lot.
Don't get stroppy, Halligan.
I also like it how the cigar is just through one of his fingers. It's like, like, there, it'll stay. He has 3 phones. He's an important man. If they're so necessary, shouldn't they be ringing all the time? No, that would be awful. No, he's got a phone for the other police officers. Then he's got a phone for, like, the ministry. And then the regular-looking rotary phone is for Batman. They just forgot to paint it red. Exactly. Or Captain Britain, yes. Hey, as for Phil, yeah, the jank of the Druids. We're finally playing it. Look at him go! Whee! Time for the back cracking.
Hello, Janet.
What is it now?
I just forgot a couple of things.
What is it?
Nice day today, isn't it?
Don't trouble yourself, Brent. I will not go to the cinema with you.
No, Janet. That's not what's on my mind at the moment. I've still got your green scarf. Do you want it back?
Oh, that ugly thing that the department gave me as a present for my birthday. Well, I was hoping you'd either forget it or throw it away. Just keep it, please.
Oh, I will keep it, all right. I'll keep it. Apparently so, Bennigan, yes.
Good. See you later, then.
Take your time, Brent.
Oh, we are taking our time because I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to
Files of
do.
our department. This is where we keep every single unimportant.
Scrap of paper. This way. I guess I should go to the location of the latest murder. Nice. He said that he doesn't need a map. He knows his way around. And yet he's looking at a map. Metropolitan Police. In the emergency room.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you've had a good breakfast. The sight over there is not very appetizing.
And well, depends on the view and how hungry we are.
Oh, well, you know, I've got used to it. When were the bones discovered?
At 5:30 a.m. by a jogger. He phoned us.
A jogger? Has he been interviewed?
Well, he's in hospital for the time being. The shock, you know. We could hardly even take down his particulars.
Why was that?
He had to throw up several times, sir.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, you know, shock. These people are not humans, especially Halligan. But he doesn't know how shock works. How long have you been as a Scotland Yard detective? 2 months. Even though it seems like you've been here for years and even got trouble because of a joke about the royal family or something. Idiot. Hey, go, what's up?
Could he have left the bones here?
It's not impossible, but I don't really believe it. He's a tourist and only arrived in London last night. I suppose he came here by accident.
He's a tourist. Since when do tourists jog at 5:30 in the morning? Is he on a fitness trip?
Sir, he told us he was a decathlete. It's his job.
Okay, officer, that was it. Thank you.
Any time, sir.
Well, the characters and the location is a British land, but the game is actually developed by a German team. Graphics kind of remind me of City of Lost Children, a lesser-known game based in Victorian London by Psygnosis, with a lot of bad reviews. Hey, this game also had bad reviews for reasons. We have bones.
Skull of the corpse. There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable. There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable. There's hardly any flesh. There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Strange. There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable. The grass next to the bones is black. Strange. The grass next to the bones. There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ribs. So it's a man, right? How did you get this game to work? Well, the game worked just fine. Like I said, I had only troubles of capturing like the starting FMV, or yeah, well, not full motion, but you know, the cutscene and such. Otherwise, it captured the game just fine. It was just the beginning. But it's just it captured the display, the monitor. That's it. That's all I needed. Just capture the monitor, and here we are. Was this a Win 98 game? Probably at this point it would be XP because it's 2001. So at least we can tell that they had two arms, 2 legs, rib cage. They were a human being, and that's about it. I know it's a myth, Gabriel, about the ribs. I know it's a myth. Can we take some teeth?
There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. You're unbelievable.
Officer?
What is it, sir?
You just said you know the other cases.
That's right, sir. Well, I read about them in the newspaper.
What do you think the murderer does with the flesh of his victims?
That's too hard to answer, sir. I haven't got a clue what goes on in lunatics' heads when they do things like that. Maybe he freezes them. That's happened before.
Mm-hmm. Or burns them? I mean, the grass around the bones is black, so that's scorch marks.
He was murdered in prison. What do you think about that?
That's tough luck for him. I would rather have one innocent man too many die than have one assassin run around loose.
Yes, that's a very common opinion. But it's not the right one for a police officer. Suspects are innocent until proven guilty, officer. Don't you know that?
Of course, sir. But you asked me for my opinion. Well, this is it. I beg your pardon.
Okay, officer, that was it. Thank you.
Any time, sir.
Well written and clever, it truly evokes the good old days of adventure gaming when equality was the norm. Quote from the box. Bullshit, 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 lies. That's one it should have said on the box. Well, this was an exciting location to go to and explore. We really found a lot. Okay, there might be something.
Hello, officer. Any news?
No, sir.
I just want to ask you something else.
Yes, sir?
I just want to go through all this with you once more.
Okay, sir. What would you like to know?
Have you interviewed any witnesses yet?
Witnesses, sir? There are no witnesses. There was nobody in the park.
Was there really nobody? Not even a tramp?
No, sorry. Just a totally distraught jogger who called us.
Okay, officer, that was it. Thank you.
Any time, sir.
And how much are those people gonna be talking in the background interviewing that one police officer?
The skull of the corpse. The skull of the corpse. The skull of the corpse.
Is all you gotta say? I mean, look at those scratch marks on the skull. There's the scratch marks actually on every bone. Like everywhere. That's not natural.
There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable.
Really goes to show that they really carved the flesh off of the bone.
Strange. The grass next to the bones is black. I'd better not light that.
Why not? Make a bonfire. Did we really need to see that him running back to the office? That was pointless. Ridiculously pointless.
A rubbish bin.
You're a bin.
The show-off always has to bring the latest designer rubbish to the office, as long as it's expensive. This is Lowry's world. Cars, cars, cars.
Nice.
Books. He's got books. They're probably just for show, meant to impress the ladies. Lowry's files. Neatly and tidily filed rubbish. It's amazing he keeps getting away with it.
A little bit jealous there, Halligan.
What is it this time, Halligan?
I don't know. Why could you tell me something? Like, how do you speak like a human?
Where can I find Detective Stryker?
Striker? On holiday? Why?
The crunchies are great. I like them.
I heard he was suspended.
Well, not exactly suspended. Actually, the chief did advise him to take his annual holiday.
Ah, he's on leave.
Why?
I don't know. Ask the chief. Anyway, Striker's on holiday, and that's that.
As a reward for his outstanding achievements in the skeleton murders, I suppose.
Listen, Halligan, your jokes are starting to get on my nerves. I suggest you leave now.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Lowry.
I wonder if Lowry's first name is Mike. If it is, then... Damn. He's not Will Smith enough.
Forms for obtaining materials. It's always handy having one of these tucked away. We clipboards.
Oops. I clicked and skipped.
At least that's one thing you can get hold of here without too much trouble. They are needed for the forms. Makes it easier for the chief to sign them. An instruction from the chief. It says, Mrs. Browning, there are no exceptions to be made regarding the new safety regulations. I hope I make myself clear. Attach this note to your pinboard and stick to it. Chief Inspector Miller.
Future plan for London North. The job.
Paper clips. Carbon paper. I'll take that with me. You never know, I might need it. That would be stupid.
No, you're stupid.
Nothing's happening. I thought it wouldn't work like that. That's a clipboard. That's a clipboard. That's a form for stationery procurement. Without that, you don't get anything at Scotland Yard.
So I now need to get it signed and...
The switchboard. We have 4 lines, but Janet's all on her own at the moment. That's what happens during the holidays.
So it's a holiday? And what about holiday? Probably Christmas.
I don't need a signature for obtaining materials. I need one for obtaining information.
Phew.
All our files are stored in there.
And where do I get the, for information? If that was materials.
I'd better not. These files are secret.
Better keep looking around. Have to be somewhere. Let's check on Chris. Maybe he has something that I missed. Other than Halligan just dancing around again.
We will need a lot more hemp before we're through.
Hey, Spicky.
A bottle with some kind of liquid in it.
A lot of mortar and pestles, too.
A container with chemicals.
Yeah, that one's loose.
A container with chemicals.
Like Gabriel said, that one of them was open. It's right there.
I can't do anything with this.
Maybe I should be asking him, hey, which one of these has all the drugs in it? And he'll be just saying, I think you've had enough of them, Halligan. Now stay away.
An instruction from the chief. It says, Mrs. Browning, there are no exceptions to be made. An instruction from the chief. It says, Mrs. Browning, there are no exceptions to be made regarding the new safety regulations. Paper clips. You can't do without a ladder here. That's the Central Crime Prevention Office. It keeps an eye on flashpoints in the centre of London.
There's nobody working there?
The printer. The printer. I don't know how to use it.
Of course you don't.
A monitor.
Of course it is.
That's the Central Crime Prevention. A monitor. That's London out there.
Have you just jumped out the window? No? Alright.
The switchboard. We have 4 lines, but Janet's all on her own at the moment. A monitor.
A monitor.
I think that's Janet's code. That's a form for stationery procurement. Without that, you don't get anything at Scotland Yard. No way. I don't need a signature for obtaining materials. I need... Hello, Chief. I've got a question.
Oh, have you? I'm listening, but keep it short.
How do I get information from Janet?
Excuse me, but I didn't quite understand all the points of the briefing. Could we just go through it again?
My God, Halligan, do we really have to repeat it 3 times?
I'm really sorry, Chief. I was slightly distracted this morning.
Ha! Only this morning? Well, all right then. What do you want to know?
Well, at least they put in dialogue that if you keep hassling the chief about the information that you already have.
Where did Lowry go wrong?
Your dear colleague Lowry dealt with the skeleton murders last year. Lowry, a married man, they gave him a life...
Yeah, we know all this.
A butcher? How fitting. And? Why did he do it?
You'll be surprised, Halligan. He probably didn't do it at all.
How do we know that?
We don't know it for a fact, Halligan, but we can guess. There's been another victim. The body was discovered this morning. The victim was killed in exactly the same way as all the others. We have to assume that we're dealing with the same killer.
There's been an...
A pile of...
Oh,
You see, you heard it. Halligan?
of course.
And Halligan, I want the present... Do I make...
Of course.
Maybe with the new stuff that I've got in my pocket, I could use something at the forest. To actually do something there. Who needs, you know, an investigation kit when you can just use office supplies? Office supplies will work just fine. Like this. Just use this on the skull or the
It
bones.
won't work like that. That would be stupid. I'd rather think about it again. Not a good idea. Strange. That's futile as well. That's a form for stationery. I thought it wouldn't work like that. It won't 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 work like that. No way.
No way.
No, better not.
What the hell am I supposed to do? One of the problems that I will have with this that I cannot go check a walkthrough. Because if I alt tab from the game, it'll crash. I mean, if you change the P to F, then it's more appropriate for this. You want to go to the effing forest? Oh, the effing forest sounds so nice. Yeah, don't bring any clothes. Why shouldn't I bring any clothes to the effing forest? Is it a nudist camp? No, it's just, you know, for other things. Where's this going dogging to the effing park? Oh, you gotta walk the dog? No, I said dogging at the effing park. I'm gonna be wandering around back and forth for a long while, aren't I?
I've got no money for that.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Doyle.
I wonder why they have a bust of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I mean, Sherlock Holmes wasn't police force, ever. He was just a private consultant. I mean, he wasn't even a private eye or a detective. He preferred the title of consultant. He didn't like the title of detective, because he wasn't police force. I mean, Lestrade was in there, yeah. He was Scotland Yard and everybody else. Gregson. Oh, what was that young guy's name? Can't remember.
Maybe I should tidy up that cupboard again.
I know who Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is. Oh, you don't need to tell me. I've read the books many times, and I've also read his horror stories. I wonder if I still have that book somewhere. Probably. I mean, he was into spiritualism a lot, so he wrote some ghost stories. I ain't starting any arguments here.
Outside, you can see the Thames.
Well, I could, but then I can't see it because I got everything else in the way. The chat, the feed, or the, well, the activity feed. So they're kinda in the way.
Chief Inspector Miller will get this file early enough. The results of the investigation in my last case. Conclusion: the offender could not be determined.
I think I have a third monitor. I was wondering why we can't read the case file that we got from the chief, and he just says that it's nonsense dribble. It's a case file that comes with the game box. If you want to read it, you have to read it in real life. It's kind of a neat, a neat thing, but... Ugh. Not copy protection, it's just, feelies kind of a thing. Like if you want to know what's written in this file right there,
My case file.
you have to read it in real life if you had it. I probably could download it from GOG in one of the extras.
A container with chemicals. Fingerprint powder.
Oh, now you say what it is. Thank you. I'm just gonna take this and then that's it. I'm not gonna say anything. Oh, it's fingerprint. Ugh. So that's what I missed.
Detective Browning left this here once. An ugly thing.
So that's the green scarf.
I'll take it with me. My greatest enemy. The green scarf. It's Janet's. That's a bottle of naturally cloudy apple juice. Half empty. Is there anything worse than thirst? I'll take it with me.
Why do you have just a single sock in there? I shouldn't ask. He's a slob. It's realistic that you'd have to pick it up in order to read it thoroughly, but that is not good game design. Yep.
My darts. That used to be my weekly ration.
Your weekly ration was 8 packs of Pall Mall? 8 packs. No wonder you have so many books about stop smoking.
Nope, no darts now. Maybe I'll play later. Against my favorite opponent, Inspector Miller. A roll of plastic bags. Indispensable for professional police work. Leave them. I don't need those anymore.
Man, he really has stopped smoking. Even telling himself to not pick them up. Not anymore, apparently, Nathan. He has really quit. Ah, there's the other sock.
My brown sock? How did that get in here?
Didn't say anything about the other one up there.
The best-selling headache pills worldwide. Suppose that's mainly because of me.
Aspirin.
I've already taken one this morning.
Why? Probably headaches from not smoking anymore.
My good old leather gloves.
So now I can go actually explore the crime scene. Now that I got the proper equipment for it. Or I could go talk to Janet some more, because apparently she does have a form to give me. He never had to buy batches, just lighted from the previous ones. I heard a reviewer say that Halligan is so selfish, unempathetic, that he thinks more like an insect than a human. This will become very apparent at certain points. I mean, it has been like that a little bit in some points, but yeah, later on it's gonna be very apparent that this guy is a machine, not a human.
Technical documentation for the computers. Technical documentation for the computers. Hello, Janet.
What is it now?
Do you even need a chiropractor? Like, seriously?
I just forgot a couple of things.
What is it?
Have you heard? The chief has handed Lowry's case over.
Yes, and there was no way that I could have missed the conversation.
Have we got a file about...
As far as I can see, you've...
What? The file?
Remember the official channels, Brent?
Damn bureaucracy. I need to make an inquiry, Janet, right now.
If you start shouting at me, I shall see the chief before you can count to 3. Do you understand? And now leave here, please. Come back when you've got the necessary forms. Here, take this sheet and get it signed.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, let me give you this form. Thank you. Freaking contortionist. Like breaking all of her bones and feels and nothing.
I thought Chief Inspector Miller had just abolished the security
I
regulations.
flopped my line.
No,
She'll be
he
taking a
hasn't,
keep
Brent.
rolling.
Is that all?
Good. See you later, then.
Take your time, Brent.
That's a form for information procurement. My gloves. I necked them out of the exhibit room. A roll of plastic bags to secure evidence. A bottle of apple juice. The green scarf. It's Janet's.
Maybe I should put it on the clipboard first. There.
That doesn't work.
Why not?
Not a good idea.
Why not? Aren't I supposed to give it to him? Ah, I'm supposed to hide it somehow?
The carbon paper's still sticking out. The chief is bound to notice that.
Why am I trying to hide it? Like, eh? Oops, wrong room. Let me just phase back through the door. We are, but through bureaucracy that he has created, the chief inspector expects us to give a signature so we can inquire the information that we need you know, just being an asshole.
What is it this time, Halligan?
I don't know, but could you speak like a normal human being next time? If it's possible. Yeah, he has, definitely. Or he's stuck to the table and he uses his powerful legs to keep himself up like that. It's all in the shins.
I'd really like to know how a braggart like you managed to get a date with Janet.
Well, you know what, Halligan? Women do like a winner, don't they? Little Janet is no exception. We went to the palace yesterday.
What was showing?
The new Schwarzenegger film.
You know how to handle women, don't you?
Of course. Janet said she found it disgusting, but I know for a fact that she was very keen on it. Women are like that. Do you understand?
2001, a new Schwarzenegger movie. Has to be End of Days. Or Sixth Day.
What amazes me is why a woman like her should find your boring stories about cars, sports, and action films so entertaining.
Halligan, I'm sure you didn't come to tell me that. What do you really want?
Could I just use your phone?
Haven't you got your own telephone, Halligan?
Yes, but there's something not quite right with it.
No dialing tone. Is that it?
Tell me, Larry, what's your extension?
196. You know that.
Yes, right. I just forgotten it. I don't phone you so very often.
Yeah, and that's the way I like it, Halligan. Don't you dare start ringing me up and getting on my nerves.
That's right.
The chief can explain it to you for certain. Have fun.
You're a really nice person, Lowry.
I do my best.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Lowry.
Talk to you later. Like never. Now it's time to go to the forest. As it is written here in the walkthrough, we need to go to Epony Forest, not Epping. Epony. I got a feeling that the person who wrote this is drunk, because there's a lot of capitalized letters everywhere, a lot of misspellings, and also not knowing how to spell a name. Also, have you guys noticed how dainty his walk is? You should.
That is no important evidence, I'm sure about that. That is no important evidence, I'm sure about that.
But apparently that bone was.
That is no important evidence, I'm sure about that. That is no important evidence, I'm sure about that.
But that patch of grass was. And that's it. Those are the evidence that we needed. 6th Day was 2000 with Bon Jovi. Say It Ain't So music video in 1999 was End of Days, and Collateral was 2002. So it wasn't Collateral, it was definitely then 6th Day. I remembered that End of Days it was 1999 because they used that year as a plot point in that shit. Ah. Yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, when you don't have any boosts, like the nitro and such, you can only send so much. What else do you expect? Some people would have to be drunk in order to enjoy writing a guide for this dog's water of a game. That is true. I mean, they had to play the game through in order to then write this. I can also see why this was written so badly. This was pretty much written after the game. It's from 2001. So they played the game through, and they was writing at the same time, like, why am I writing this shit? I think most of the mistakes and everything in this is because of them hitting their head on the keyboard a lot, constantly.
Here you go, Chris. Have a look at this.
A bone. Very likely the right thigh bone. Why are you bringing it here? I had a look at the bones with the forensic squad this morning.
I know, but I've still got a couple of questions about them.
Well, go ahead then.
Did somebody maybe scorch the flesh off the bone?
No, definitely not. That would look different. I suspect that it was rather cut off, or maybe taken off with acid.
I think that would look different too, because acid burns look different. Like I said, I can say for sure myself that they were cut because of the scratch marks on the bone.
Ass! Fuck!
Some people are just weird and some like punishing themselves with these games, like Spidey there. I don't like punishing myself. I just enjoy badness. Bad movies, bad games. Bad music though, that's where I draw the line. I can't listen to bad music. Or music that I consider bad. But movies? Games? Give 'em. So there's no punishment here. This is enjoyment of the crap and the jank.
Can you see any abnormalities?
I would have noticed them, Halligan. No fractures, no bruises. Everything quite normal.
And this is why you should have taken the skull.
What sex was the victim?
Judging by the structure of the bones, I think it was male. I'll write that down in my report as well. But I'll tell you right now that you won't get it before the end of the week, Halligan.
You can't tell me more than that about the bones? Chris, that doesn't help me.
There's really no more to say about the bones, Halligan. Just wait for my report. You'll have it all nicely written down then. Or, hang on a moment. If you're really interested, go and see Professor Turner. He was the supervisor of a friend's PhD thesis. That's how I met him. He works in an anthropological museum in Oxford. If anybody can say anything about the bones, he can.
I would have thought that there would be some kind of typos with the anthropological, but they actually wrote it perfectly. Maybe copy-pasted it. For me, it depends on how the music is bad, whether it's just corny or if it's off-tune. Dear God, sometimes I can't stand bad singing. Me neither. I've heard lots of those viral videos of somebody trying to become a singer and they sing so bad, I'm like, fuck this, my ears are bleeding. Angry Nerd is the same age as us. Fuck, I suddenly feel old.
Okay, thanks for the advice.
Don't mention it, Brent.
Chris, I've got something else for you. Could you have a quick look at that too?
The weed. Also from the place where the bones were found, I suppose.
Exactly.
Okay, Brent. And what do you want to know about it?
Have you seen something like this before?
You mean, have I seen grass before? Are you trying to pull my leg?
Have another look.
Slight burning traces. Where'd you get it from?
The bones were lying on this grass.
Oh, maybe somebody made a fire on the grass before the bones were lying there. That's not very unusual in parks.
You do know, dumbass, that that is illegal to do. Because it would cause a big forest fire. And it's not the, you know, you cannot keep it contained in one location. We should have taken pictures, Polaroid pictures of the area and showed those to him so he would understand how everything works there.
That was no fireplace, Chris. The grass was burnt under the bones and just there.
Well then, maybe the bones got hot.
Can bones get that hot in the sun?
Well, I don't think this is very likely in autumn. But right now, I can't say much more about that either.
Okay, Chris. See you later on. Chris, I've got something else for you. Could you have a quick look at that too?
The weed. Also from the place where the bone...
Exactly.
Okay, Brent.
Do you notice anything about it?
The grass looks slightly burnt, I'd say.
Precisely. I think so as well. Could you check that more exactly for me?
What for? This is plain, slightly burnt grass. I can tell you that without checking it.
I would like to know if there are any special residues on it. Spirit, charcoal, petrol, something like that.
That's an easy one. One moment, I'll just have a look at it. Doesn't look like it, Halligan. No traces of incendiaries. It's not burnt that much.
How old are the burning traces?
I would say they aren't older than... 24 hours.
Okay, Chris. See you later on. Chris, I've got something else for you.
The weed.
Exactly.
Okay, Brent. And what...
He somehow ran the test instantly without even moving or even receiving the grass from Halligan. Halligan puts it back into his own pocket. So Chris is just, let me see. Ah, there are no traces on it. Like, did he scan it with his eyes? Like, they're all robots. We know this.
What do you think about this?
This is grass, Halligan.
Smoke it?
Have you seen something like this before?
You mean, are you trying...
Just smell it.
Smells slightly burnt.
Could the burning traces be caused by an open fire?
I don't really think so, Halligan. This looks scorched, as if something very hot had been lying there.
The bones were lying on this grass.
Oh, maybe somebody made a fire on the grass before the bones were lying there. That's not very unusual in parks.
It's forbidden to light fires in Epping Forest.
Forbidden? Halligan, be realistic. Who cares about that? If people want to light a fire, they'll do it.
And then they'll get arrested for it.
Okay, Chris. See you later on.
Methinks that Chris is one of the worst chemists and, whatever his job here is. Like, the worst of it. Like, he's denying to do anything with it. Because he thinks it's just grass. There's been a murder on top of this burned grass, you fucker. Examine the fucking grass. Or shove it up your ass and scan it there. God damn, these people are. This is horrible writing. So horrible. Alright, time to go to the museum. Museum of Oxford. Oh, Oxford Anthropological Museum. Pigeon. That is the weirdest fire hydrant I've ever seen. It's half buried. But then again, in good old London and various parts of England, they actually have fire hydrants that are in the ground. And they're not even like that. They're just like something a little bit poking out of the ground. I wonder when are we going to meet the Druids and the weird face in all the ads? You want me to tell you? When we are going to see that famous face that they make on the cover of the box. Oh, we do get to see it. That I can say. That we do get to see it.
Doesn't look busy at all in there. A bench.
A bench.
A bench. A bench. A bench. A bench. A bench. A bench. A bench.
I got a feeling there's a lot of benches around here.
Doesn't look busy at all in there. Anthropological Museum of Oxford. This is the right place.
You don't know how to read, do you? Oxford Anthropological Museum. Not Anthropological Museum of Oxford. I know that places can have two names, but it doesn't read there. Okay, run. You're taking too long. Your running is even slower than your walking, it seems.
Closed due to renovation works. Great. And now?
No, it says closed for renovation. You really don't know how to read. How is the script saying different things than what they put into the game? It's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. You know what would make this game even better? If Halligan drove a Reliant Robin. It's 13. Is that 13? No. 1,000. 1,900. No. Wait. Huh? Is that I don't. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, that would be... It would be 1,300, 1,050. So what's the number here? Macaroni milliliter, yes. 1,000 plus 300 minus 1,000 from 50. So it would be... if we add all that up, it would be 2,250. Yeah, it's 2,350. That's when they established this place. In the future of Oxford. Yeah, I think they fucked it up. It should be MMCCCCL. But even then, it would be 2020. They didn't really know how Roman numerals work.
The letterbox. I don't know what to put in there.
Well, hang on. My game decided to just close itself. But it still sounds to be running. No, it closed itself. Yep. It crashed. Oh, it crashed. Did you like my... Did you like my background on there? I also like that when you start the game, it starts here. And you just have to go to load game. It doesn't give you any kind of, like a main menu or anything. It puts you in the room, and then you have to go to the main menu. Great design. There is no Oxford Anthropological Museum, but there is a Pitt Rivers Museum, which basically is Oxford's Museum of Anthropology. Ah, so they made this place up. Founded in 1884. Yeah, that's not the number that they got up there. MCMLXVI, for example, is 1956. Yep. So they really don't know their Romantic numerals at all. Oh great, we get to talk with Chris again.
Here you go, Chris. Have a look.
A bone. I had a look
Have
at
a look
bones
at
with my-
Vegas.
Well, go.
Did somebody maybe scorch the flesh?
No, I suspect.
Yep, our year is MMXXIV. That's 2024. I'm trying to figure out if it could have been a typo, but I think they just pulled it straight from between the ass cheeks. I think that's the proper conclusion to the whole debacle of the Roman numerals. They just fucked it up because they're dumb.
What sex was the...
Judging, I'll write that.
Can you see any...
I would have known.
You can't tell Chris.
There's just wait. Or if you read, he works in the if any.
Okay.
Don't men.
Chris, I've got some...
The weed.
Exactly.
Okay, bro.
Have you...
You try.
Just smell it.
Hmm.
Could the...
I don't. As if some.
Can both...
Well, I don't.
Okay.
Wee. Museum of Oxford.
Anthropological Museum of Oxford. This is the right place.
Run, bitch, run!
Closed due to renovation works. Great. And now, the letterbox. I don't know what to put in there.
Your dick. It would fit.
Locked.
How about we put the grass in there?
Think first, Brent.
No, don't think, just act. You're good at it.
I should think up something else.
How about the bone?
Think first, Brent.
Nope. How about apple juice?
I can't see any connection there.
The scarf?
That doesn't work.
Alright. We'll come back later. No, Jericho. I don't have Jericho at all. Don't own it. Don't have it. I'm not interested in Jericho, to be honest. I've seen a Kilgore play it, but I'm personally not interested in the game. Yeah, really. Not interested. Just doesn't seem my kind of a game.
A bench.
Another bench.
Just a rubbish bin.
More rubbish. I got a feeling if Dingo Pictures had made a video game, this would be it.
The museum is bigger than I thought.
Usually museums are kind of big. They have to be. Gotta put all that stuff in there. What were ancient Greek numerals, or did they use the Phoenicians? It would be jankier than this if Dingo Pictures were involved. Or, it would be better than this. But Speggy, did you hear the question? What were ancient Greek numerals, or did they use the Phoenicians? I'm kind of curious myself.
These are the beggar's bags.
That's the beggar's money.
These are the beggar's bags.
That's the beggar's whiskey. Or whatever he's drinking. There's also the Ashmolean Museum, which is from 1678 to 1683. Again, not a good match. I don't think you're gonna find a match for the numbers. We used letters. Found the ancient Greeks used the 24 letters of their alphabet plus 3 special signs called the episemons. Vau or digamma or stigma, koppa or quappa, and san or sampi as the basis of their numeral system. Interesting. So similar to Roman system.
Hello, my friend.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Are you blind? I'm having a drink.
Do you still like the taste?
Course I like it, dum-dum.
It smells pretty strong, if I may say so. How do you manage to drink that?
I drink everything, mate. From schnapps to aftershave. Most important thing is that it makes you happy.
You don't look too happy, though. Okay, I must be off now.
Well then, okay.
Hello, my friend.
Huh?
How are you doing?
What? What do you want?
Yeah, some people drink aftershave, some people drink, NyQuil and such because those have, cough medicine because that has alcohol in it. And it's very dangerous to drink the whole fucking thing. Because it's not meant for drinking. But some people do it because, hey, it gets them drunk. I mean, I've seen even, I watch a lot of body cam videos of cops arresting a lot of drunk people, and there have been some cases where they have drank, like, weird stuff. Alcoholics will famously drink mouthwash if it has alcohol in it that they can't get anything else. It's a trope, yep. I think the one of the people that they arrested for drunk driving actually had drank, like, either it was cough medicine or something like that. Just to get intoxicated. And it's amazing how many people in the comments of those videos are saying, especially when it's like people being drunk at bars and all that, causing all kinds of problems. It's amazing how many people in the comments keep saying that they should do another prohibition time. Because, yeah, I kind of agree. Alcohol is a big problem everywhere. I mean, should be somehow controlled. Because it especially in America, it gets out of control. There's so many cases on those body cam stuff that it's either a DUI or just somebody causing a mayhem at a bar. Or even they just left the bar and causing a mayhem. Weed, on the other hand, is harmless compared to that. Yeah, in some cases, but there have been some cases where they stopped the person and, well, usually weed is not allowed. Well, you're not allowed to drive while under the influence of weed. That is also a DUI. But in many cases they have been, doing the puff, but also doing the... So it's a combination of the two. Yeah, that would actually... I am agreeing with you, Gabriel, on that. A drinking license would help so much. Not go full prohibition, but drinking license. That would help in so much that you can have this amount according to your license, or you lose your license and no drinking at all. I mean, that would help a lot of alcoholics as well to get rid of it. I can only imagine how many speakeasies would then become a thing if they made a drinking license or something. Those would start to happen just like they happened during the Prohibition. Not to mention crime. Yep, that would happen too. Now, I would imagine, I can think that there would be tons of people who would disagree with all that, and riots would begin.
Have you been sitting here for long?
Long time. Very long time. Since 83.
You've been sitting here on the same spot for almost 20 years? Good spot, I guess. Until Prohibition in Finland had consumption of 2 liters per person. After Prohibition, it was 20 liters. So it shut up like crazy. Yeah, 10 times more. Yep. If you wanted to kill yourself with alcohol, you could now. Just drink 20 liters of... Plus, that is impossible here. They legalized home brewing. If you want to make your own drinks, you can. Moonshine for everybody! Hey, come on over to my place. I'm making moonshine today. Woohoo! And people don't think we're crazy.
What happened in 1983?
I lost my job.
Why is the museum being closed?
Well, it's been refurbished. At the moment, my business is running really badly.
How much did you, make today?
Well, just a poxy 60 pence.
You're right. You won't get far on that.
No distilling, just brewing, so you can make your own beer at least. It is legal in America because of course it is. Live free or die, baby! Alcohol makes people great! America, fuck yeah! I've considered making a beer plant out of a yeast sediment starter just for the hell of it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making your own beer. As long as you don't drink too much of it. I mean, that is the thing. Don't drink too much.
Have you seen anybody going into the museum?
Yeah. Just this morning, a woman. A young, pretty one.
A woman? You haven't seen a man?
Nah. Only a woman. She comes here every day. Now and again, she gives me a few pennies. I think she works in the museum.
Ah, a woman then.
So what? What's special about that? There are millions of women running about in this world.
A woman went into the museum. Pfft, I was looking for a man. He sounded so disappointed. A pretty young woman went inside the museum. Where's the old man that I need to talk to? He's the only one who could give me a boner. I mean, information. Information about boners. Bones. So as I said, prohibition simply does not work, and even in the US there are still dry counties that do not allow any alcohol at all, so residents just drive to a county over that sells. Yep. And then they drive back and police arrest them because they're drunk driving. I have seen at least 2 videos. I remember there was somebody exactly that way, that they went to another county so they could go drink, but they drove back while drunk, so they got arrested.
Why is the museum being closed?
Well, it's been refurbished. At the moment, my business is running really badly.
How much did you, make today?
Well, just a poxy 60 pence.
You're right. You won't get far on that. Okay, I must be off now.
Well then, okay. Here, are you crazy? That's mine. Hands off, okay?
Are you seriously telling me, game, that at some point I need to get this guy super pissed drunk so he passes out and I'm gonna steal his coins? Halligan was going for the poor man's coins. Might as well get a gun and shoot him and steal everything. I can't remember exactly what you need to do here, but I know you don't have any money, Halligan, but surely you have money in your bank account. Go get your fucking money from there. No need to steal it from this old guy and ruin his life, even though it's already ruined. Like Gabriel said, Halligan is like a scumbag. A weird hero. Here, have some apple juice.
I got you something. Here you are.
Oh, what's that, pal?
Apple juice. Naturally cloudy. Lots of vitamin C.
Apple juice? Are you pulling my leg?
Didn't you say you were thirsty?
Are you dense, mister? I want a bottle of cider. Apple juice is alright in the nursery, but I'm not into that.
Why don't you try?
Get lost. Leave me alone. You can drink your apple juice yourself.
Oh, fine, I then will. So tasty. I would imagine, actually, Halligan doing that. Because he had a hole. Oh, that at least
Beggar's
they can get.
flask. Absolutely empty.
Hey, we got ye flask.
A flask. It's empty.
If you ask me, they should also ban alcohol in public in Germany, just like in the US. How low can you get as a cop, stealing beggar's seed money from his hat? To be fair, I think the UK has a lot of public fountains to drink from, so he'd have plenty of water and can afford to be choosy like that. Could be wrong though. Now that we have ye flask, we could do something with it. No, that was Lowry. Ethanol.
The bottle is full of dust and fingerprints.
And yet I can read it just fine.
A bottle with some sort of chemical.
Apparently he cannot read it. 20 minutes later? What? Really? I could eat. What? We could read it just fine, but apparently I needed to use a scarf to dust them off, and it took 20 minutes for this idiot to do it. You could do that in 5 seconds.
The green scarf. It's Janet's. The bottle is clean now. A bottle with some sort of chemical. The bottle is clean now.
Well, at least it's clean now.
There's nothing I can do with this. That's a mortar.
And a pestle.
Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner say? Could he help you?
The museum is closed. It's being refurbished.
Oh, well, that's bad luck. Why don't you phone him?
It's all right for you. My phone doesn't work properly anymore.
Why don't you go to a phone booth?
My wallet has disappeared. Have you seen it?
Your wallet? No, it isn't here. Was there much money in it?
No, a £20 note and some change.
Well, it isn't here anyway.
Okay, Chris, that's it for the moment.
Okay, Halligan. See you then. Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor...
I had a look round outside the building.
You only saw the museum from the outside? Man, Halligan, you're weird sometimes. Why didn't you go in?
I couldn't get hold of anybody.
Have you tried the phone? Maybe somebody's still there.
Could I use your phone?
I'm not so keen on that, Halligan. I'm always in trouble with the accounts department. You know what I mean. Why don't you ask Lowry?
Lowry? You must be joking, Chris. You know how badly we get on, don't you?
Especially since this morning, right?
Exactly.
Sorry, Halligan, but I'm convinced you'll solve this problem.
Okay, Chris.
Well, Halligan, what did Professor...
The museum is
Oh,
It's all right.
why don't you go...
I don't have any change to phone.
Well, now you've got a problem. Lost it all gambling again, did you?
Gambling?
Hey, that reminds me. You still owe me £30, Halligan. You haven't got it on you by any chance?
No, Chris.
Maybe you'll remember it someday.
My wallet is...
Your wallet?
No.
Well, it...
Okay.
Okay. Well, Halligan, how'd you get on? What did Professor...
I haven't seen him yet.
No? Why not?
I have some other things to do first.
Ah, I understand. And you need to do them here.
No, Chris, of course not. I don't want to disturb you, but I've got another question.
Ah, well then.
My wallet...
Your wallet?
No.
Well, it...
Okay.
Okay.
Huh. Okay.
Take it with me? Chris surely wouldn't like that. Apart from that, who knows what's in it? Take it with me? A bottle? With some kind of liquid in it. The bottle is clean now. Take it with me? Chris surely...
Well, Halligan, what did Professor...
The museum...
Oh,
It's all right for you.
why don't you go to...
Could I use your phone?
I'm not so keen. Why don't you ask...
Lowry? You know how bad...
Especially...
Exactly.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apparently I'm supposed to talk to him and something will happen, but I don't get the topic at all about it.
Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner...
It's all right for you.
Why don't you go...
Can I have money for phone? No, I don't have any change to phone. Is what it says there. Or could I use your phone?
I don't have any change to phone.
Well, now you've got a problem. Lost it all. Hey, that room... You haven't got it on...
No, still doesn't say anything like that, what you say.
Okay, Chris. Take it with me? Too dangerous to carry the bottle around with me. Too dangerous to carry the bottle around with me. I don't even know what kind of stuff that is. Too dangerous to carry the bottle around with me. I don't even know what kind of stuff that is.
Maybe now the topic will appear?
Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner say? Could he help you?
The museum is... It's all...
Why don't you...
My wallet...
Your wallet?
No.
Well, it is...
Okay, Chris.
Okay. Well, Halligan, what did
I had a look...
You only saw... Why didn't you go...
I have some other things.
Ah, I understand.
No, Chris, of course.
Ah, well...
My what?
Your what?
No.
Well...
I'm doing everything exactly as it says here, but it's not showing up. I need to also polish the others? Nice oscillator, by the way.
I thought it wouldn't work like that. That would be stupid. Looks like that won't work.
So I cleaned them
Too
already.
dangerous to carry the bottle around with me. I don't even know what kind of stuff that is. Too dangerous to carry the bottle around. Take it with me. 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 Chris surely wouldn't like that. Apart from that,
Ei Selvitellään mysteeriä, johon liittyy druidit. Jotenkin.
Just keep that yourself. Just keep that yourself. Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner...
I haven't seen him yet.
No? Why not?
I have some other...
Ah, I...
No.
Ah.
But
You're...
Let's see
I
if
really don't want to break anything.
I'll break your head if you don't start doing stuff. Yeah, but that's later, Gabriel. I know that. That I do know, that I need to make a decider myself, which is extremely dangerous to do. But we need to talk to Chris first and get a certain topic to appear, but it won't appear for some reason. I must be missing something. I polished them with the green cloth. I know that I need to get some cider for... Ah! I missed one thing. Let's see if this will help. Let's see if this will open up the conversation topic. I need to go to the right. A telephone booth.
Telephone charges of British Telecom, so nobody forgets how expensive it is to use the phone. Hey, a phone box, and I don't need a phone card. You have to put at least 30 pence in. I can't hear any dialing tone. I can't hear any dialing tone.
Need at least 30 pence. And the hobo here has 60 pence. So we can take 30. Or we need to take 30. And now that we know that we need to steal him, we need to steal his coins. But for that, we need to make him drunk. And for that, we need to find some alcohol. And there's alcohol in the laboratory. We just need to figure out which one is safe to consume.
Well, Halligan, how'd you get on? What did Professor...
The museum is...
Oh.
It's all right.
Why don't you go...
I don't have any...
Well, now you... Hey, you haven't got a...
Could I use your phone?
I'm not so keen on that, Halligan. Why don't you ask...
Lowry? You know how...
Especially...
Exactly.
Sorry, Halligan.
Okay.
Nope. Still nothing. Maybe if I go now, go here, look at the alcohol.
Too dangerous. A bottle with some sort of chemical.
Well, it says ethanol.
The
I
bottle
used.
is clean now. Too dangerous to carry. A bottle with some sort of. The bottle is clean. A bottle. The bottle is. The bottle. Too dangerous to carry.
What else am I missing?
Well,
Maybe-
Halligan, how'd
I
you
guess
get
the
on at
walkthrough
museum
that I
breakfast?
used is not accurate enough.
I haven't seen it.
No?
I have some other things to do.
Ah.
No.
Ah. You...
Talk to everyone again. Oh boy, it's a topic I missed. Apparently you do need to talk to people over and 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 over. Ugh. I'll go back to the hobo. Maybe I missed something with him.
Hey, it's me again.
So what? Haven't you asked enough questions yet? You know more about me than my goddamn mother. Bagger off.
Can I help you somehow?
Help? Help? Nobody can help me.
I
Hey,
don't
don't
need
despair.
no fool
Everybody has a
from you.
hard time now and then.
foolish
Maybe
mortals.
I can do something for you.
Just leave it. I've lost everything. Everything. No money, no flat, no future. I'm finished. Simply finished.
What do you need most urgently?
What I need a drink.
That's what
hey?
we needed.
Mightn't you have a couple of pounds for me?
There's money in your hat there. Isn't that enough for a bottle of gut rot?
Oh no. Those pennies wouldn't feed a parking meter.
Okay, I must be off now.
Well then. Okay.
So now we know that he needs a drink. Just showing the apple juice is not enough. We actually need to talk about it. I'm guessing that this was it. Let's go. Let's go and see if the topic appears when we talk to Chris. If it doesn't, then I go talk to somebody else.
Well, Halligan, what did...
Yep. There it is. Something I wanted to ask you.
Something I wanted to ask you, Chris. What do those flasks contain?
Oh, you mean those on the shelves? They contain all sorts of different chemicals I need for my work. Indicator solutions, alcohol, things like that.
You've got a great job, Chris. Masses of alcohol and everything legal.
Nonsense, Halligan. Do you think we spend all day getting drunk with medical alcohol? Why don't you just try the stuff?
Sure, no problem.
Yes. He is going to give us, like, super alcohol. And usually chemical alcohol
Brent,
is like
to your health.
it's 180
What's up?
proof.
Go ahead, try it. You won't get one of these so often.
Yeah, you will die. Your liver
Right,
will
here we go.
stop
Cheers.
working. And he drank it like a champ.
To your health, Brent.
An interesting aroma, isn't it? Brent, aren't you feeling very well? Brent, are you sure you're okay?
7 years later.
God damn it. You could knock someone out cold with this kind of stuff, Chris. Chris?
Why do I feel so much pain on my... he took my kidney. And now we need to figure out which bottle he took the alcohol from.
Look what we've got here. This is the bottle Chris took.
No, the labels are not wrong. Halligan is just a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what an ethanol is. He doesn't know that it means alcohol. It's all gibberish to him.
Not a good idea. A bottle of ethanol. Now the flask is half full of apple juice.
Half full of apple juice and the rest ethanol. We are going to kill that hobo. And he's our hero. He's the main guy, a cop. Somehow in the Scotland Yard, which is a highly respectable position in the police force. Like, these are the super detectives. And he's doing this for 30 pence to get 3 coins from a homeless man who has been homeless for almost 20 years. What the fuck was wrong with the writers? I think the chloroform actually comes later with something else. That's what I remember. But with this guy, it's just the, whatever you call this, apple cider, apple jack, apple poison. I mean, basically it is poison now. It's not even an alcoholic drink, it's just apple. It's like we're giving the poison apple to Snow White. Oh, I need a break from the shit. I need a break. So, let's go to Soy Munch. I think everybody needs a break from this. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place, isn't it? About as strong as straight vodka. But I don't think you should be using medical ethanol like that. Because it's pure alcohol, like ethanol. Because at that point it would be kind of like poison. But that's just me. I ain't no chemist. I don't know these things. Somebody get me a doctor or a scientist who knows about this shit. Hey, Hobo Joe. Yeah, I am playing this thing. After all, it's crap timber. It's perfect for it. Yep, it was very simple. The GOG version just works fine, and all I needed to do was use display capture. Then it captured also the cutscenes. What matters is the dosage. Purity does not magically change the properties of a substance, especially when you dilute it. People do it all the time, but this is dangerously strong stuff, and especially when the taste is covered up. It can be deceptive. I think maybe Halligan actually knows what he's doing. He just wants to make the hobo pass out so he can steal the coins. Because Halligan is a fucking disgusting creature. But these are not disgusting creatures. These are adorable creatures. We're about to poison the homeless man, Hobo Joe. Yeah, because I just made the apple cider and we've been talking about it. That's the next step that we're doing. Killing a guy. Boothole. Another boothole. Kickity, 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 kickity. Yeah, methanol. That's the one that actually is the poison, not ethanol. Methanol. I think that's... I was confusing it with methanol as, you know, Gabriel. I had methanol in my mind, actually. Everybody's talking about the talking about alcohol. What about the cute cats? Look at that. Cute kitty. Look at it.
It's adorable.
There. That's all I needed. Thank you. That was just annoying until I heard that. It's like, okay, now I can go and get food. Somebody played the Toads Adorbs. Blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim. Blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim. Blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim blom blim. Destroy him, rebels. So, what have you guys been talking about? Huh. Hydrogenation of carbon monoxide. Hey, Targor! Will it ferment? That would be an interesting channel if somebody made that on YouTube. Will it ferment that they would just try to distill any kind of things to make alcohol out of it? Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't drink. You keep alcohol away from me and we'll be friends.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
That's what Targor was trying to play. You're welcome. I mean, I do also have...
Destroy him, my robot.
That's what the shirt says. Yes, Krista said the sour. So after this, I'm gonna have a candy. Pepsi Man! Ooh. May have had it in the microwave a little bit too long. It's hot as hell. There's steam punching me in the face. Pippuri härkää riisillä. Pepper beef with rice. For those who do not speak Finnish. Oli tarjouksessa 2 kappaletta halvemmalla. Niin otin tämän ja yhden toisen. Ei oo sama, toinen on toi pekonipossu. Pepper beef, not peas, beef. This ain't no vegan's meal. Oxen beef. Kyllä muistaakseni toi kokkikartan on mitä tää on. Ja se tekee noita puuroja ja yksi niistä muistaakseni on suklaamannaa. Tietysti on nimikkeellä suklaapuuro, mutta muistaakseni se on mannapohja. Ja se on helvetin hyvä. Hyvä puoli siinä, että se voi syödä kylmänä tai kuumana. Kummankin yhtä hyvin. Well, Gabriel, I have a question. Do you drink any water when you drink alcohol? I mean, as far as I know, if you're gonna drink a lot and you want to get drunk, but you don't want a hangover, gotta remember to drink water. It balances things. You will get drunk, but also a hangover won't come to you. Because that's what alcohol does. It dehydrates you. So when you wake up and you get a hell of a hangover, it's because you're dehydrated. I mean, if you do have a hangover when you wake up, start drinking water. I dehydrate easily, so I bet it wouldn't even help. It would help, but yeah, drinking alcohol if you dehydrate easily is not a good thing. My cure for hangovers was to replace all alcohol with water. Yep, that would be the smart thing. Just drink something else than alcohol. Juice, soda, water. Milk. Oatly. This stuff is really good. I would have thought that it would be like I've had prepared meals like this before, and they've been like overly peppery. But this has a good kick from the pepper, but it's not going overboard with it. Like it's not overtaking everything. It's got that spiciness of the pepper, but still the great taste of the meat and rice. I should send talkkuna for Gabriel. That sure as hell ain't gonna be sold into Hawaii. It would be quite amazing if they did have it. Finish finely milled flour mixture. That's what talkkuna is. Just a flour mixture. You can use it for cooking. I don't remember what they actually use in it. But it is a Finnish Estonian thing. And you can just use that to make something. Half-cooked grains, beans, and grinded to semolina and then smoke dried. Yeah. And you pretty much use it from use all kinds of grains. So it's like a mixture of everything. Wheat, the others. I can only remember wheat right now. But it's very healthy because it has all the fibers and English escapes me today. But it's got, like I said, fibers, vitamins, carbons, proteins. Smoking grain bean flavor and are commonly eaten with sour milk, quark, meat broth, and such. Yep. I mean, here it is a old traditional food, but these days it's like you either love it. It's like memmi in Easter. You either love it or you fucking hate it. But I haven't had a proper talkkuna in ages, so I don't even remember how it tastes. En nyt tiedä minkä takia se on noin hauskaa. Ja miksi mun pitää puhua nyt suomeen, mä puhun jo suomea. Mut hei vaan sullekin penäkäni taas kerran. Näköjään haluaa kuunnella minun bamlaa vaan tätä finskaa nyt. Talkkuna on uskomaton moniottelija, kun mietitään kotimaisia vaihtoehtoja aamiais- ja välipäivänpöytään. Nousetaanko talkkunat kaisin lautasille? Talkkunan erikoinen maku jakaa mielipiteitä, mutta eihän mikään jauho ole sellaisenaan jo kovin herkullista. Talkkuna on käytännössä paahdettua ja karkeaksi jauhettua jyväseosta. Sen valmistukseen käytetään riippuen maakunnasta ja valmistusaloista ohraa, kauraa, ruista, joskus vehnää, herneitä ja tai papuja. Jyvät kypsennetään höyryssä, paahdetaan ja jauhetaan. Jauhojen karkeus ja paahteisuus vaihtelee valmistajasta toiseen. Talkkuna ja terveyspommi. Talkkunaa voisi kutsua superruoksi. Talkkunan valmistukseen käytetään koko jyvää, joka takaa sen, että talkkuna on rouheessa runsaasti vitamiineja, kivennäisaineita, kuitua ja proteiinia. Jyvien ja palkokasvien yhdistelmä tekee talkkunasta erityisen hyvän proteiinilähteen. Jyvien ja palkokasvien aminohappokoostumukset täydentävät toisiaan ja ovat näin monipuolinen proteiinilähde. Talkkunan proteiinipitoisuus on noin 12 grammaa per 100 grammaa riippuen valmistajasta. Kuitupitoisuus nousee talkkunassa jopa 30 grammaa per 100 grammaa. Aika perkeleen korkea kuitupitoisuus. Kuidun saantisuositus on vähintään 25-35 grammaa per vuorokausi. Naisten tulisi saada vähintään 25 grammaa, miesten vähintään 35 grammaa. Pienellä määrällä selätät helposti päivittäisen kuidun saantisuosituksen. Lisää talkkuna aamiaispuuroa tai välipalasmoothie. No siinä se kyllä toimisi. Tekee sellaisen mössö. Ding. Pretty much what I just read out loud is the description of talkkuna. Just explaining how good it is and how it's done and all that in Finnish. You're welcome. But it is, let me check. It depends on who makes it, because there's so many different ways of making it, of what you put in it. But basically it's a mixture of barley, oat, rye, and wheat. Sometimes wheat. Usually wheat can be left out. And then it's either peas or beans. And you grind all that up, then you smoke dry it or roast it a little bit, and then it's no, actually you don't grind it first. First you steam it, like cook it, steam cook it, then you roast it, and then you grind it into not a paste, but you know, just grind it into a flour. And then you can use it in many ways. I have actually drank a regular beer and something else, but I don't like the taste of malt. So Gabriel, the way you make talkkuna in the normal proper way is that you have oats, barley, and rye, sometimes even wheat, and peas or beans. You steam cook them, then you roast them, and then you grind them into a flour. And you can use that in food. And the good thing is with all these, because it's the full seed that you make it. It's not just like a part of it or anything. It's all the full seeds that you grind into this flour. And it's a superfood because vitamins and all the other good stuff, fiber, protein, especially protein, it has a lot of it. Like if just 100 grams of that flour in your food will give you the daily dose of fiber. Yeah, it's the whole grain from each of them is put in there. The grain, the bean, the corn, kernel, whatever you want to call it, all of that put into that, and then steam cook. And all the rest of it. In the end, it becomes this big brown flour mixture. And then you just put it on your porridge or a smoothie, whatever you want. Gabby's gonna have weird Christmas gifts. Mom, they all sent me this Talkuda flour. I don't know what it is, but damn, it's good. How much did we get? About 10 kilograms. What's tomorrow's schedule, by the way? More of this. It's gonna be more of the Druids. That's for sure. But on Thursday, it's the DOS games. That's when the jankiness of DOS games will continue. On Thursday.
Stop. I don't think it's a good idea to take the bottle out of the lab. Chris will be back quite soon. He'll notice it at once.
Nice of you to tell yourself to stop. Yeah, I'm sure he will not notice all the black dust around the bottles or anything. He'll be like, hey, too much dust here. Maybe I should clean a little bit. Because apparently everybody's a fucking idiot in this world. Okay, Goblin. You're gonna miss out on some jankiness, that's for sure. But them's the breaks. Now, let's go give this apple cider that we have created and poison a guy. Must have learned it as a coping mechanism or during therapy for his poor impulse control. Not that it helps, apparently. Oh, Goblin is not going anywhere, Chris. It's just saying that on Thursday, when I'm going to be playing his list of 50 awful DOS games, he won't be right at the beginning. He won't be at the start of the stream due to the dermatologist.
I've got something for you. Apple schnapps.
Yeah,
from
schnapps.
Detective Halligan's home distillery. My own brand. Would you like to have a taste?
You serious? All right, pal. I'm as dry as the bottom of a parrot's cage.
Why don't you drink it all? I don't mind. And it's a cracker, I can tell you.
Cheers, mister.
Cheers.
I like that the flask was already hovering on his chest before he drank it. And he's out. Like a light. Time to steal his coins! Because we're an asshole!
There are a couple of pounds here in small change.
Couple of pounds? I thought he already said he had only 60 pence! You monster. I hope you get killed. Well, he will. And I'm gonna watch him die over and over again when we get to those parts. Pounds, Jesus, we only needed 30 pence. And also the hobo did say that he only had a couple of pence in there, like the 60 pence, not pounds. How did you add more money to it? No, he actually poured the cider into the flask that he gave to the hobo there. He didn't put it into the ethanol bottle. Yep. I first put the apple cider bottle on the flask, so he poured it in his pocket, but then the ethanol poured into the flask was an animation on its own. So now that we got the money, what are we gonna do?
Of course!
To the phone, of course. By the way, is the music playing two songs at the same time? Because that piano is not going to the rhythm of the drums. Thank you. I get the feeling that whoever made the music didn't know music. Yes, we did. We have watched Street Fighter. I showed the double feature of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. Quick, change the channel.
Which number am I supposed to dial?
Ah, yes, we might have a little bit of a problem here. We didn't get the number. Yes, we watched the original Street Fighter with Raul Julia, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and all the others. Like I said, double feature with Mortal Kombat, because that's what I had on VHS. A double feature of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. An actual VHS. Do those telephone cabinets still exist in the UK? In Germany, we got rid of telephone cabinets. We got rid of them too, like, 20 years ago. Are you not listening to anything I'm saying, Bannekin? Can you repeat what I already said twice? In January 2020, it was estimated that 8,000 traditional red telephone boxes remained in public service. Oh. I mean, it could be, Ben, again, that you weren't around that day when we watched Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. But I assure you, we did watch them. Or maybe you were drunk. And you just forgotten. Those were $500. Those were $500 glasses and sunglasses, asshole. It was like 20 years ago when they started vanishing. There's a phone book? Oh! The phone books. Well, silly me.
Let's see if the phone number of the museum is listed in here. Museum, okay. Museum of African Studies, Museum of Ancient History. Here, Anthropological Museum. And the extension of Professor Turner? It's here. I've got it.
No Museum of Voodoo? There's a few of those red ones just as open-air museum pieces, but nothing functional. I mean, I would imagine that they would protect these classic phone booths in Britain, because they have that very classic look that everybody started copying, kind of. In Germany, they were yellow. In Finland, they were just gray. Just like the American kind, if I remember. Maybe there were some that were blue. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, mostly steel gray. That's what I do remember. I think the last one of them vanished. It was in Helsinki for a long time. Just kept as a museum piece that they still existed, but I think it was taken down like in 2008 or 2009 when they finally removed it. I still remember seeing it. Every time I visited Helsinki, it was in its one spot. Yeah, we got rid of them quite early. Puhelinkopit hävisivät katukuvasta kännykän käytön ylistyessä. Porista viimeinen puhelinkoppi poistettiin 2007 lokakuussa Eetu Naukiolta. Yeah, 2007 in Pori, another city. That was where the last one was removed. 2007. Yep. 17 years ago they vanished. There's still a few Bell pay telephones in America scattered about. I guess not Bell anymore. But the ones with a black, silver, and blue livery and a gritty 80s look. Ah, those guys. Yeah, those are what you see in the movies all the time.
Hello?
Hello, who's that?
Who am I speaking to?
Sorry to bother you. My name's Brent Halligan. I'm calling from the phone box outside the museum.
Oh? Why is that?
I was sent by a distant acquaintance of Professor Turner's.
Who was that, if I may ask?
Chris Hecker.
Chris Hecker? I don't believe I know anyone of that name.
As I said, he's a distant acquaintance. I need Professor Turner to help me with my investigations.
Oh. In that case, you'd better call him in 8 weeks' time. He's on an expedition.
Look, miss, what was your name?
Goodbye, Mr. Halligan.
She's hung up.
Well, that went well. Scotland Yard. I've literally used them in Hawaii, but they are nearly always in bad repair and on their way out. I mean, I don't think they renew them because of old technology, so I'm sure that at some point they might just disappear because they get rid of them. But I still say public payphones should be still a thing. I mean, if you lose your phone, like somebody robs you, it would be nice to have a phone nearby to call the police. To help you out. Or if you're lost somewhere and then realize you didn't have your phone with you. A payphone on the road would be nice. On the side of the streets or somewhere. Well, the thing is, Goblin, the situation, you know, if there's no people around.
Well, Brent, still got a headache?
Don't ask, Chris.
Have you managed to contact Professor Turner?
Yeah, I phoned him, but he wasn't in.
Not in?
He's on an expedition. I just talked to some woman who works there.
With his extension number?
Yes, exactly.
Well, Halligan, that was probably his daughter Melanie. She works in the museum as well. My friend told me a lot about her. He used to be really keen on her.
So, Professor Turner has a daughter. Thanks, Chris. I think that'll help me.
So, Professor Turner has a daughter. You can just hear it. Because you're a lonely man with nothing to do, Halligan. You're a disgrace of the police force.
I've already taken one this morning.
You should take another one because you got knocked out by alcohol. Lightweight. It's so convenient that that we cannot use our own phone to make calls, that we have to go to a fucking phone booth and make fucking phone calls from this fucking location because the fucking developers were fucking idiots to make a fucking adventure game. Fuck. Just needed one more emphasis. Do I still need to open this? Got a feeling I should. There. Now can you make the phone call?
Hello?
Hello, this is Halligan again. Please don't hang up, Miss Turner.
How do you know my name, Mr. Halligan?
Chris Hecker told me that Professor Turner's your father.
Yes, that's true.
What do you do at the museum?
Hey,
I'm an anthropologist.
The same as your father.
Yes?
Miss Turner, do you think you could help me?
That depends. What's the trouble?
I found a bone that I've had examined at the lab.
A bone? A human bone?
Yes, of course. It belonged to a murder victim.
Murder? How awful.
The bone is from the body of one of the victims of the skeleton murders. I take it you've read about them?
Oh, good heavens, yes. What can I do for you?
Couldn't we discuss that inside?
Certainly. Come on over. I'll let you in.
I think that's the only thing that people mostly know about the game is the cover of the box with the face. I'm assuming that person wearing the overalls or what it looks like maybe a lederhosen is Melanie. I think in Halligan's case, it would be a lot more like erection.exe loading. Done. You just hear it. They're like, ugh. And then it's heavy metal.
Mr. Halligan?
Yes, that's right. Hello, Miss Turner. Nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time.
No problem. We're closed anyway. The museum is being refurbished.
It's not easy to get in touch with you. I was close to giving up.
Oh, you mean because of the phone call? I'm really sorry. I do sometimes tend to be rather short on the phone. You know, I get unpleasant calls sometimes, and that's why I'm a bit suspicious.
I see. Well, I finally got in touch with you.
Would you like to come in?
It's definitely a Ken doll, yeah.
Would you like a cup of coffee or anything else?
No, thanks.
Mr. Halligan, how may I help you?
As I said, I'm working on the skeleton murders. We found another victim.
I point at your boobs.
All the evidence points to the same culprit as in the other cases. The corpse was completely skeletonized. Professional work.
That's horrible. But how can I help you?
My colleague Chris Hecker of the forensic lab has already had a look at the bones. He thought that your father could perhaps carry out some additional tests. He is a renowned expert, after all.
Yes, he could do that. But as I said, my father isn't here.
I know, but it is very urgent. Perhaps you could have a look?
You say you've got some of the bones with you?
No,
Yes,
I got a
just
boner
one.
with me. I mean, a bone with me.
This is a femur.
Yes, that's what Chris Hecker said as well.
It will take some time, Mr. Halligan. Could you wait a moment?
They got two rhythms going here! Jesus fucking Christ! The one who made this music doesn't know music! The drums and the bass are going in a completely different rhythm than the piano. It was going fine for a while, but then at some point it's like, bah! And I was almost making a compliment to the music, but fuck that noise. Now without the piano, this is better, because it actually gives me a Silent Hill vibes. That second rhythm sounds like pool balls clinking together. I thought it was a sound effect. So if we stand here long enough, you're gonna have the whole orchestra playing, right? Just keep adding more and more instruments. Want me to add the slider flute or the automaton and the kazoo? I was just about to say, as long as they don't bring the piano back, it's fine. But they brought the piano back and now it's gonna sound disgusting.
I would like to ask you some questions about your work, just out of interest.
That's the rhythm of the piano. Can you tell now how it's off rhythm? That's the rhythm of the piano. Awful. Awful music.
What are all these strange things here in your lab?
They're things my father and I have brought back from various expeditions. They have to be
Expedition!
catalogued, will then become part of the permanent exhibition of our museum.
Almost like
Some things are personal
tradition.
presents. We keep those, of course.
You see quite a lot of the world, don't you?
Yes, that's part of my job.
We should watch the Fiddler on the Roof at some point. Some people just don't notice offbeat rhythms. For me, it depends on which channel my brain is tuned to. I hear them very easily. Because I love music. Yeah, Bannigan couldn't tell, but trust me, there's two rhythms going there and they clash. Never seen Fiddler on the Roof. It's a great musical. Metronome was too expensive. They had to use the money for the models. Ah, that explains the Lara Croft look. Still, Lara Croft has bigger tits than you. And pointier. Right, Chris?
What's your father's current research project?
He's in Kenya studying initiation rituals.
What?
The rituals carried out when the childhoods of boys and girls end and they're admitted to the circle of adults.
Are you seriously telling me that Halligan doesn't know the word initiation? For fuck's sake. You're a detective in Scotland Yard! They're very smart people! How did this guy become a cop? Like, seriously, what the hell's wrong with these writers? Ah! So the walkthrough that I'm using, I mean, we're currently here, and when you scroll, you have the block going on the side, right? When you're scrolling up and down. The block is right here. It's small. It's like the size of the end of my pinky. So this is how long the walkthrough is. We've only gone through so far, like, not even a 10th of the game. This game is way too fucking long. Ah! I have a question, and it's not just my decision here. I want to hear everybody's decision. Let's make a pack here. Do we want to see all of the game, or do we just leave it for today? Like, once I decide to end the stream, the game ends there. Or do we go through everything? Because I am ready to go through all this. I am ready for that. Just gonna take a long while. But still, I'm ready for it. I would continue this tomorrow and next week. But can you guys go with me on this adventure? This is like the Birdemic syndrome, where you have to see the guy driving around and getting gas and stuff, because it's realistic. No sense of proper pacing. Good point. This game has been a riot so far for all the wrong reasons. Mm-hmm. That's why I want to see more. Let's continue.
How long have you been working here?
Several years. My father helped me to get the job here at the museum.
Connections are indispensable nowadays, aren't they?
I was the most qualified applicant. But it's not easy to gain acceptance with the old boys of the museum's board when you're a woman. You have to be at least twice as good as the best male applicant.
And you were?
Of course I was. It's been decided that I'll be the head of the museum as soon as my father retires.
When will that be?
In 5 years?
Then you will have achieved a lot for someone your age.
How old do you think I am?
I'd say 29.
Exactly.
Huh. Good guess, I guess. I mean, the only way we can survive through all of this is that we just agree that Halligan is not human, he is a monster. A monster in a human skin. He's Edgar from Men in Black. You know, the big giant cockroach in an Edgar suit. That's what he is. Just a monster, some kind of a monster in an Halligan suit. He looks human, but he's not human. Everybody else is a robot. This is some kind of a matrix that we're in. Because this definitely was written by aliens.
What's your research field?
I specialize in sacrificial rites.
Sacrificial rites? That's an unusual research field for a young woman.
Do you think so? I don't think you should divide preferred science fields for men or women, Mr. Halligan.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Yes, you did.
I just think that you must have to do with death all the time if you research sacrifices.
Death is part of our existence, Mr. Halligan. In all cultures, all around the world.
You should know, Monsieur Cop.
If you take it like that, we are almost like colleagues.
Maybe. But it's not my job to put people in jail. I document the sacrificial rites of different cultures in order to help create a better mutual understanding.
What is there to be understood about murder?
I'm not saying that I approve of everything I research, Mr. Halligan, but in foreign cultures, not all sacrificial rites are regarded as murder. Most cultures sacrifice animals or plants, and they do so for religious reasons. Human sacrifices don't exist anywhere in the world at present. They're a thing of the past.
You sure about that? Do I need to bring out John Cena? Are you sure about that? Okay, so Halligan is not only a monster, he is nearly a murderer, and now he's a chauvinist. We got a great hero right here. He's the hero of the pony the same way. Chauvinist, asshole, murderer, disgusting, monster. Kunnon verisuorasyöntejä. Puttuu vaan se enää, että se raiskaa ton. Such a relatable character! What?
That was very interesting. Thank you, Miss Turner.
Not at all. I like talking about it. I'm often alone here with my work. It feels good to be able to chat. But now I'll have a look at that bone you brought.
Good.
It's right here. Zip. Let me sit down. Zip. You may sit on my lap. Zip. Air refraction. I still like it that in your name you've got the PlayStation 2 emulator. I think the PCSX2 is the PlayStation 2 emulator. I mean, I have it. Some bastard stole my name, so I had to. Really? Somebody stole refraction? Basically, it feels like these writers thought they had to write an excessive amount of story, dialogue, etc., but they didn't know how and lacked the talent for it. Yep! It's a whole avalanche of crap, shit, amateur talent, and just complete ignorance of how humans work. There's a D&D group called Refraction, and they stream it. Most vexing. Most vexing indeed! How dare they, the D&D group of awesomeness, do this? Eh? What? Are we playing as Melanie?
That came from Africa. Father brought it back with him.
I forgot that we actually changed characters because... Why the fuck not? You got two protagonists, switch between them just randomly, yeah, out of nowhere. Why the hell
A
not?
small Greek statue. A small statue.
Great description of these old relics.
A Mexican god. He's obviously hungry, and only human sacrifices will satisfy him.
It's got a nice hole on it. Put that on Halligan's head. Maybe he'll eat his head. Just bite it off.
I got this mask in Central Africa. They wear them for rites that are supposed to cure diseases. Their witch doctors use them to drive away evil spirits.
They got a beautiful smile. It's like the smile on the navigator's head in Secret of Monkey Island. Hey, what's the use with a necklace when you don't have shoulders? This is like a bad fanfic, how it changes POV randomly for no reason, yeah? I met this beautiful girl, and I met this asshole cop. And okay, let's look around in my area. He's like, well, how did she... Hey...
This mask is worn for New Year's celebrations in New Guinea.
I thought that was the mask from the Lost chapters. You know, with the crows and stuff. Those were really cool games. I like those. They will become love interests, yes. Unfortunately, somehow these people will fall in love. Maybe they will be like the robots from Star Odyssey. Where they tried to kill themselves because they couldn't reproduce, and in the end they get reproductive organs. So they can have it. Maybe. It's a mystery of the Druids. Fuck if I care about spoilers. The game ends. That's a spoiler.
A death mask. In the Sudan, they put masks like these on warriors who died while hunting. This is from Easter Island. Very mysterious.
That's from Easter Island? I only thought that they had the big Moai statues. And that doesn't look Moai at all.
I'd like to know how my father got hold of this silver mask from Kenya. Masks like this one are worn by tribal chieftains for initiation ceremonies.
Can you even spoil this game? No, it's already rotten. War of the Robots, War of the Planets, then Star Odyssey, and Battle of the Beast or something? I think there's one more, but that is something that we don't need to watch because half of it is pure porn. But somehow it belongs into the same category as the other movies. That's Roger Corman. That's not the Italian space movie. I think it's called something like the Beast of Space or something. It's in the same, made by the same people who made the War of the Robots, Star Odyssey, and all those really crappy Italian space movies with the Lady Gaga robots. And it's also where we get the apparatus. In one of the movies, we get the apparatus. Use your apparatus. And in those, I think it's like a 5-movie collection, and one of the movies is something like Beast of Space. And out of nowhere, me and my friend were watching it because we found out that it's part of the same series of movies made by the same people, just reusing their, costumes and pretty much the stories. But this was different, and we were like, well, something interesting might happen in this, so let's see what it is. So is it the same kind of shit than the others? And suddenly, fucking. Just straight up, dick, pussy. And we were like, what? Where did this come from? How did this turn into a porn? Like, we thought that we had put in some kind of a... Somebody had recorded something and there was porn, but it's part of the movie. Suddenly there's porn in it. And we were like, what the fuck? It just comes out of nowhere. It appears out of nowhere. It just happens. And you're like, eh? It's unbelievable.
This Greek vase was given to us by a local resident. She thought the museum would be interested in it, but it's just a cheap imitation from a junk shop. It says made in Hong Kong on the bottom.
And you still have it on your shelf, huh? Oh. But I have shown, like, yeah, there's the apparatus. I think I've shown the War of the Robots at least, and maybe even Star Odyssey. I have shown them when we had Movie Mondays here on Twitch. And I'm sure that I showed them, because that's where we got apparatus. And pretty much all of their movies are complete crap. Like, awful, shitty, hilarious crap. Me and my friend actually, when I was at his place the other weekend, we actually tried to watch Star Odyssey again. We couldn't even get halfway through. We had forgotten how fucking boring and nonsensical. Because it is edited so badly that it feels like the timeline is going, this scene is now, then that scene was like yesterday, but this scene is tomorrow, and now we're back to today. Yeah, it's like going all over the place, and you have no sense of following the story. So badly edited. Goes all over the place, you got millions of characters, and you have no clue what the story is. Or even who the characters are, because there's so many of them introduced. Weirdest old school film has to be Snow White and Seven Dwarfs. Like, where the heck did they even find 7 actually Italian-speaking dwarves willing to do in hardcore porn? Welcome back.
The wash basin.
No, that's a soap.
2 bottles of developer.
Developer?
The wash basin.
You develop your photos here? Yeah, with all the rust on the wall.
The sun. It's amazing how many cultures make it one of their goddesses. This image is from Australia.
Let me off this wall, help!
A relief. It's just come back from the restorer.
It would be a relief if the game ended right here. It has the texture of the gonk droid in Star Wars that has been rusting and not cleaned for 600 years. Gonk. Gonk. Gonk.
This statue's from North Africa. I think it represents the god of the earth.
You think, or you know?
Forbidden archaeologies. My favorite. Excellent research. Very mysterious.
Why does this look like Captain Picard? Exclusive fallen heroes identifying bones of Pericles soldiers. Metro dig reveals ancient Athens. Temple of Time. Cool.
Forbidden archaeologies.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, methanol.
There's methanol in there. It's sometimes used to clean up relics.
Nah, you should be giving that to a hobo in an apple juice. And to steal his money like that guy did over there.
Father's distiller. Father's distiller.
Father's distiller, not mine. It's the father's distiller.
These are pieces of very old statues. It's not easy to put them together.
I am reading all the lines. This is very nice. Oh, look at that thing. It's like, you need to start everything in, I know that you're reading words as lines for your character, but you could put a little bit of, different emphasis to it. It looks like if Patrick Stewart was playing Confucius, the way that John Wayne played the Genghis Khan. Still can't believe he actually did that. Played Genghis Khan. Some one of his worst roles, and he was in a bad shape during that. I think it was when they filmed Genghis Khan when he developed cancer because they were in a radioactive area. At least I remember that being the story. Yep. If you look it up, that John Wayne movie, where he played the Genghis Khan, they were actually in a area that was heavily well, not heavily, but it was radioactive. And I think that's what caused John Wayne to develop cancer that eventually killed him. That died from. Something tells me hobo drinking methylated spirits probably isn't carry much cash. We had apple juice and ethanol, mixed them together and gave it to the hobo who passed out and then stole his money. Scotland Yard's bestest. Kazanone. That's the writing of this game. Our hero is a fucking monster. John Milius as Genghis Khan was so awesome that God gave him 3 brain strokes to make sure it was never made. I'm glad there are slightly more worker protections now, yeah. But back in the day, they really didn't do research on... They tried to make an epic. They really didn't do any research on the areas that they're gonna go shoot at. Because it just looked like it would be from that era. And, yeah, bad things happen. Anybody want a... Hey! I got that! Mine is better than what they got there. Mine is more stylish. Now give me your money. Alms. Alms for the poor. Or I shoot you. I might be shooting you already. Yard. No, Kazanone is not Dr. Das. I think Kazanone actually streams. Now that I think about it.
These stilettos were found during the excavations in Tenochtitlan, which is now Mexico City. Pieces of broken vessels.
Just an errant Australian. Good eye, mate.
Antique muzzle-loader pistols.
Called flintlocks, my dear. They have a specific name. Flintlock. Because of it. There being the flint in the lock. And you load it from the muzzle. Yes. But
the sheath of a dagger. This dagger needs restoring.
Does it?
A curved dagger. I think Father brought it back with him from Turkey. The sickles from England.
Ah,
it
England.
Could be a Celtic artifact, but we haven't been able to date it yet.
So that's from What the heck was his name in English? It's Aquavitix. What the heck was his... Was it Getafix? I think it was Getafix. You know, from Asterix. That's his sickle. Gotta get those mistletoes. Yeah, the potion maker. Getafix.
That's a stiletto from the late Roman era.
Yeah, Aquavitix in Finnish.
Can't see a thing.
Yeah, because there's nothing to look at. Ever thought of that? Apparently I can't do anything here. Can't even look at the sword. No description, no nothing. We have no clue what that machine is. It's just there, and we can use it at some point. Great! Because Aquavit is a Swedish grain alcohol brand, yep. I mean, he makes potions. There's the joke.
The head of a Greek statue. These pieces fit together, but my father and I never managed to figure out where they came from.
Maybe they came from heaven?
These sculptures don't belong here. I bought them from a junk dealer for just £20. I ought to take them home with me. I'll put them in the living room.
We don't care. Just take them wherever. We don't need to know your life story, lady. Typical woman. That's what Halligan would say. Typical woman, always blabbering about. So what are we doing? Why are we Melanie? Oh, right. The bone. Maybe this is where we need to use the bone first? Yep, it's a cutter, right? A slicer. Got a piece of the bone. Now we used the piece of the bone on the no.
I can't see it properly. I can't see it properly.
Ei pystynyt ottaa.
There's some metal residue here. It's gold.
We found gold! We're rich. Yeah, I can't take it, the tweezers. Apparently she's got very dainty fingers to put that bone scrape in there. So now we talk to him.
Made any progress?
Yes, a little, but I can't quite make it out. Have you got a moment? I just want to check on something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll just be shitting here. That's not a toilet. I don't care. Display capture, as Aldadir. Just a simple. It didn't even occur to me until today. Earlier today, I was like, I never tried display capture. Just capture my monitor, and bam, it works. Who would have known that the solution would be so simple? So welcome to shit. And then one of the worst freaking protagonists ever.
The sickle's from England. It could be a Celtic artifact, but we haven't been able to date it yet. That's a stiletto from the late Roman era. The sickle's from England. It could be a Celtic artifact. I don't think it'll work like that. That doesn't work. It won't work like that. No, not a chance. I don't want that. I should try and think of something else. the sickles from England. The sickles from England. It could be a Celtic artifact, but we haven't been able to date. That's interesting. The notches in the bone were made by a sharp instrument. The sickle matches the notches to a T.
So the person was carved with a sickle. How sickle is that? Never mind. Ugh, I think this game has killed my sense of humor.
Hey, didn't this edition mention something in connection with sacrificial rites in Britain?
I don't know. You tell me.
Let's see. Yes, here it is. An article about the Druids and their sacrificial rites. Latest findings indicate that in ancient England it was probable for the most... for their high ceremonies, the Celts usually preferred to use... incredible. It all fits in with this bone. I'm sure the detective will be very interested.
You're talking about Halligan? Huh. Yeah, I'll be really interested.
Mr. Halligan? I believe I've found something interesting about your bone.
Go ahead.
In my opinion, this bone was worked on.
With a sickle?
Yes, and probably with a sickle made of gold.
What makes you think that?
The bone bears notches matching the cutting form of a sickle to a T, and I found a trace of gold in one of the notches.
A golden sickle? Who would use a weapon like that in order to cut a human being to pieces?
Minecraft
That's what I asked myself as well. I found an interesting article which could help us. According to the historian Arthur Blake, the Britannic Druids carried out very bloody sacrificial rites. He found out that such rites took place at major celebrations of the Celts. He assumes that consecrated golden sickles were used for those rites.
And how does he know about these things?
He learned about it from old inscriptions he's translating at the moment. Interesting, huh?
Celts? Druids? Quite some time has passed since then, hasn't it?
Of course, but the descriptions in the article absolutely match the findings on your bone, Mr. Halligan. I'm sure the author of the article can help you.
I mean, the problem with, if it wasn't completely golden, it wouldn't cut. I mean, your bone would just scrape along with the gold because gold is soft. Maybe it was a gold-plated sickle. Not sharp for long, anyway, yeah. Just like this game is not sharp. I know what you're saying. The sickle blade on the table is not golden. But I guess in the logic of them writing this game, that sickle is golden. I mean, that's it. In their logic, gold looks like silver. Or, I mean, I don't think there was any communication problems. They just didn't give a fuck. It's a cool looking sickle and that's it. It doesn't matter what color it is. As long as it's cool.
What do you think? Could this Blake be right?
I don't know. Maybe he just wants to make money with horror stories about ancient Britain, but the bone you've shown me would match his theory quite well.
Oh. Had a fuck you Sony moment earlier. We've been on TV since Saturday. We bought a new one and my mother-in-law bought our old one, but she picked it up on Saturday before we got the new one. But we finally got our 65-inch Panasonic today. So to test it, I started playing some Mad Max on the PS5. Looks fucking gorgeous and sound of the TV alone is brilliant. I got to the top dog in one of the camps with a lot of tough fighting. And just then, I put it in rest mode so I could finish him after we had eaten. The Sony decides, hey, you're not using your PS5. I'll just close everything you were doing and restart. Fuck's sake. What? All sickles are identical. It couldn't be any other curved blade now, could it? No, not at all. It has to be a sickle. The PS5 detected that the TV was turned off and went, I guess you're not playing. I'll shut off and lose your save. Oh, it would be exactly that, Gabriel. Zelda lost his save. Or at least all the progress he had done. And it happens with my friend's TV as well. He's got a Sony, but it always warns that, hey, you haven't done anything with your TV for a while. In a few moments, it will shut itself off. And then it's like the volume a little bit up and down. That fixed it. Restarts the TV. The PS5 just restarted as it was supposed to, but that also meant that it had closed the game and that save state, if you can call it that, it goes to pasture. Yep. Like I said, Gabriel was right.
So you think this murder could be a ritual murder?
Yes, it would be possible. There are several occult sects and Satanists. They like checking their history books and adopting archaic rituals.
Have you ever seen anything similar in your career?
Oh, Mr. Halligan, you don't know the Aztec skull walls. If you'd seen those, you'd consider your bone harmless.
Maybe, but that was centuries ago. The victim of this murder was found this morning, and it was found in London. What did you say this author's name was?
Blake. Arthur Blake.
Was there any mention in the article of how
Bond.
you could get in touch
James
with the man?
Bond.
I thought you'd ask that. His address was printed below the article. 366 Pinewood Road, Northampton.
I'm going there now.
Mr. Halligan, I'm interested in this, particularly because of my job. I'd like to help you with your case. Would you take me with you?
Impossible. It's confidential police work. I have to see him on my own. I'm sorry.
I'm sure my knowledge would be to your advantage, Mr. Halligan, and I think it would be really interesting to work on a case like that.
Oh, when I think about it, perhaps that's not a bad idea at all. Perhaps there will be more examinations to be done. Okay, Miss Turner, let's do it like this. I'll keep you informed on the case. If I hear anything new or if I need your help, I'll contact you. What do you think?
All right. I'll see you later then.
Yeah, see you later. And thank you, Miss Turner.
I like that at this point the walkthrough says, restored to your former scintillating self, you suppress the urge for a pizza and head for Blake's house. So one of those great writers of a walkthrough, making it into a joke, as the game is a joke. Now let's go to Arthur Blake.
This must be it. Pretty out of the way.
Well, usually recluses prefer it that way, you know, the hermit way.
Looks like he made this letterbox himself.
I had a sneaking suspicion when I restarted the console and I was presented with your DualSense controller has to update, and the two options were update or turn off controller. Nope, postpone. Is it nice that even consoles force you to have an update in the middle of even a game?
Mr. Blake's vehicle really is a vintage car, that's for certain.
Can we drive it? I do wonder what kind of a car Halligan has. Your... What? This is how normal is walk upstairs. I get the feeling that they forgot the proper placement of where you walk up the stairs. He's half in the wall. Isn't it nice that even game controllers and mice and keyboards need firmware updates now? Positive note, the new TV is beautiful. No. That's the important thing. That it works and it's gorgeous, I guess.
Ah, it says Blake. This must be the place.
No, it says break. Can't you read? Because I'm about to break.
Ah, it says Blake's locked.
You can tell from here that it's locked. What keen eyes you have there, mister. Maybe that's the mystery of the Druids. The mystery of the Druids is how this game even got made. I think this game would have been better if it had been the mystery of the dudes.
Yes? My name's Brent Halligan. I'm a detective from Scotland Yard. I have a few questions I need to ask you.
Scotland Yard? What's this about? Is something wrong?
I'd rather we discuss this in private. Do you mind if I come in?
I'm not sure. What's happened? Is there a problem with one of my publications?
No, sir. I'm investigating a murder case. Perhaps you could help me? It really won't take very long.
Murder? How awful. But what's it got to do with me?
Mr. Blake, I'd really prefer it if we could go somewhere a little more private. May I come in?
Well, yes, certainly. Come on in.
And suddenly he's there. There, right? That's what this game should have been called. Mysteries of the Doo-Doos. Hybrid passenger aircraft. You mean it's aircraft working on electricity? Can fly 200 kilometers with just batteries alone. That's a long way. With just... I think the piano liked this idea of the electrical aircraft a bit too much. We're just standing here. Take it easy. Much better. I think the person who composed all the music was a little bit of... There's just a lot of moments when this music doesn't fit the scene. Man, I just realized that Zelda, you came in too late. You would have hated one part of the music. I would have loved to see your reaction to it. It actually plays outside the museum. You will get to hear it if you stay here long enough. I've tried to say this is your time to escape. The hell is this music?
An old pendulum clock with a Roman face. Mr. Blake seems to be a man of taste. Still, I wouldn't buy a thing like that.
Why not? Grandfather clocks are cool. I'm not really sure what kind of atmosphere they're going for here, or what the mood is supposed to be.
An oil painting. It's not quite to my taste.
Jeez. No, but I wasn't expecting this kind of shit.
That armchair looks really comfortable. I could do with one of them in my office.
And then you'll be sleeping all day. Good to know. I found a marimba on my cord.
I'd better not sit down. Might create a bad impression.
Of your butt on the cushion. Got it. Bait him, Tish.
Books. A lot of books.
He's very observant. Well done. Here, have a lollipop. Shove it up your ass. I think that's the way you like it.
That's a pretty good map of the world, considering how old it is.
Is it a very good map? I'm not too sure. By the way, Zelda, you want to hear how wonderful of a character our hero here is? Is it very old? From the looks of it, kind of old. I mean, he's got the old drawings here. At least it did twirls. Hey, Mr. Eradan. Yeah, there it is. The God Come Druid picture. Yes, I am playing that. Also, it's amazing that the Halligan is like, can we go inside and talk about this murder business and all that? And he's like, murder, oh, come on in. And then it's like, so about that murder, yeah, sure, okay. It's like, what the should they already be talking like right away? Like, what the fuck is this? So what's happening in the scene is that Detective Halligan is looking at the books, and that calls for a loud upright piano and Casio drums! It was exciting. And now the music is completely dead. Like, no loop, no nothing. It just plays how it was made, and that's it. Great. They killed the composer. No, the composer was like, yeah, fuck it. Just fuck it. And then you can see him in the corner like, please don't make me compose anything more. He's become a decomposer. Yep. I bet you if you listen really closely, you can hear him slump over the controls.
You're the author of a book on Druids, am I right?
Yes, quite correct. In fact, I'm just working on a revised version for the next edition. But what makes you so interested in my book?
I'm currently investigating a series of murders in London. I've made some interesting discoveries that I'd like to discuss with you.
What series of murders are we talking about?
The skeleton murders. You may have read about them in the papers.
Oh, yes. Of course. A terrible business.
Mr. Blake, I believe there may be some sort of ritual behind these murders.
Well, what makes you think that?
Dr. Turner from the Anthropological Museum in Oxford examined one of the last victim's bones for me. She found residual traces of gold on it and round notches.
Round notches, you say?
Yes. Does that mean anything to you? Doesn't your book on Druids mention ritual killings for which a golden sickle was used?
Are you saying that these murders are based on the same ritual?
That's what I've come to ask you.
But that's impossible. It can't be true. It's... my God. It would be unthinkable. It would confirm all my translations. I've been researching the history of the Druids for 30 years now, but I've never yet found proof of my greatest fears.
Your greatest fears?
Yes, the perfection of the final ritual, the final confirmation of the Druids' power.
Are we playing a Broken Sword again? Just a crappy version of it? Please, my God. Also, I just realized the joke that I should have said right from the beginning. These are not the Druids you're looking for. You may go about your business. Tell me about the Druids.
Tell me more about the Druids.
Well, the Druids were Celtic priests. They were highly respected scholars, responsible for preserving the Celtic religion and science. Their main tasks included conducting sacrificial rituals, medicine, astronomy, and justice. Experts now believe that Druidism began in ancient Britain and spread from there to the European continent, especially to Gaul. The first definite evidence of the Druids' existence goes back to 500 BC.
That's a long time ago.
Quite. And for at least 500 years from then on, the Druids were the most important class of Celtic society.
What happened then?
Well, with Britain and Gaul being conquered by the Romans, the Druids were quickly suppressed. Their doctrine was abolished and replaced by Roman tenets. In the end, Christianity took over. And by around 1000 AD, Druidism seems to have vanished.
I was wondering about the voice of Dr. Blake over here. He's been only in one other game called Equinox. Don't remember that game called Equinox. And also, apparently, he's a voice in Edna and Harvey. In one of the Edna and Harvey games. Interesting. And that's it. Just 3 games that he is voice acted in. I've never played any of Edna Harvey. I think Trout may have played it. I mean, if Equinox is the Equinox that I'm thinking about, then it's that weird adventure RPG where you're like in space somewhere. And it's got that weird, like the twirling cursor that you use your characters to move around. Then it's turn-based battle. You got all kinds of quirky side characters. Then he is one of the characters in the game. Called a Tubby Escobar, I think. But yeah, it's the same voice actor. Maybe that's why he sounds so familiar, because I have watched the Kilgore play Equinox. Get bigger hands! Yeah, his fingers are a bit stubby, aren't they? Or is it the Anachronox? I was thinking that it's not Equinox, it's Anachronox. Yeah, that's the game. He's not in it, though. Yeah, I was wondering, it cannot be the same game. Because from the image that I saw, Equinox seems to be some kind of a racing game or something. Also, you should have seen some of the animations earlier, Zelda. Actually, stay put, Zelda. You'll hear not just the music, you'll also see some horrible or great animation. Sounds kind of like Stan.
What did the Druids and their followers believe in?
Well, that's not so very easy to explain. Like
He
the
kinda
Romans
does.
and the Greeks, the Celts had a number of gods to whom various functions were ascribed. They paid homage to these gods with rituals and sacrifices. Many of their cult rituals were performed for the stars and the 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth.
Are you gonna sell me
Their
some
religious
life
acts always
insurance
took
now?
place in forests, usually in a clearing or at some other prominent location.
Welcome
The
to
Druids
Mutual
didn't start
of
building
Arthur
their temples
Blake.
until they had met the Romans.
All he needs is just his arms going while he's saying this. Yeah, I saw it, Gabriel. I read it. That's why I'm already saying and making it the same with Stan jokes and everything. Gabriel doesn't listen to me. He's gonna tell you about the 5th element soon. Oh boy. Halligan ain't no Bruce Willis, so don't be telling us about the 5th element. He ain't gonna end well. And he certainly is no Mila Jovovich.
What were their rituals like?
Well, they mainly made sacrifices on special occasions. Druids would burn plants
Big
and
bada
twigs to
boom.
transfer them into the realm of the divine.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
No, but they also sacrificed animals, mostly rams or pigs.
How
Roman
dare
writers
they?
even mention cruel human sacrifices, crucifixions, decapitations, and regular slaughters on the altar.
Yeah, that's normal.
Oh, that's horrific.
Not all of
Yeah,
these
how
stories
dare
are
they
based on
sacrifice
definite
pigs.
Facts, Mr. Halligan.
Oh no, we are going to ask about the elements.
I'd like to know more about the 4 elements.
The Druids regarded
Add
the
heart and
4
you got
elements
Captain
as
Planet.
the material of which the world is made. They invoked the elements and used them for their rituals. There were only 3 proper elements: air, water, and earth. Fire, the 4th element, existed solely for the purpose of transferring one of the 3 basic elements into another.
What about electric, dark,
Well,
ghost,
solids or
poison?
liquids become gaseous through fire. Gas can be turned into liquid form
Rock.
with the help of fire. Take a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen, for example. Fire, therefore, represents transformation, the transferal of one element into a new condition.
That sounds pretty complicated.
I suppose it does when you first hear it, but it's actually quite simple.
Yes, well, that's what my colleague
Jeez,
Christopher
your
always tries to
hand!
tell me whenever he starts lecturing me about chemistry.
Quite right, Mr. Halligan. I shouldn't bore you with such details.
We did ask about the details. And also, yeah, now I saw your hand totally diminishing.
What's this final ritual all about?
This is the text I wrote down during my travels through England and France. You know, when you travel
France.
through the country,
Not France.
you can
France.
feel that many locals still believe in the old Celtic customs. A group of farmers in the south of England let me copy the inscriptions on a megalith that stands in a field. They claim that there used to be a huge Druid temple close to their house, but there's nothing left of it now. Whatever. I managed to translate the text, at least in part.
Okay, Mr. Blake, please come to the point. What does it say?
It says that the last of the Druids saw the fall of their priesthood coming in the year 1000 AD. In the confusion surrounding the final destruction of the Order, a demonic superior Druid seized power, using his knowledge of Druid magic, not for the good of his people and to honor the gods, but to submit all of mankind to his rule. In order to secure the survival of the Druids' tradition, and to complete his devilish work, he organized a final ritual, transferring the knowledge and power of the last of the Druids to 5 infants. These infants have always been referred to as the inheritors.
That's what we saw at the beginning.
The inscription
The opening
says that the ritual was not entirely completed. I've not yet been able to discover why. But from what I've learned, the inheritors are strong and powerful enough to one day complete the ritual by themselves.
Huh. So they traveled to future by attacking King Arthur with the help of Valkyries? Yeah, apparently so. But here's what earlier I said when we saw people's hands doing the thing what his does. I mean, here's a good way to explain it. What they've done is taken you take a 2D character like this. But to make it 3D, you take certain points and put them together. And voila. Like here, you got a 3D cylinder. Just bending it. But what they've done is that they made it like into more of a square and moved the points to make it look like it's a kind of a cylinder shape. But the problem is, with their poor animation skills, what they've done, instead of moving the whole thing like this, from point A to point B, to make it look like it's moving, like a 3D model would. What they've done is they've taken points from here and here and here and moved them like this. Completely incompetent movement. Like they've taken this point and moved it here and taken this point and moved it there, and that's why it looks flat. Because they're moving the wrong points from A to B. These guys didn't know anything about anything. Pretty much, Gabriel. Origami. Yeah. Distorting instead of pivoting. They are completely incompetent in everything. Writing, directing, animating, composing. There's nothing good about this game. Now, to entertain you with something better, I bought something from the store that I have never seen before. Kiwi berries. It was something new. I've never heard of kiwi berries. And this is what a kiwi berry looks like. It's a small green berry. I mean, various sizes, like grapes. Now, I don't know. I'm actually gonna go get a knife so I can cut this and see if it does look like a kiwi. I bought them because they were kind of cheap, and also the kiwis. I like kiwis. It's a grape-sized kiwi. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Even the picture that shows on it, it's cut in half, and it's inside of a kiwi. Yeah, that's a kiwi. Smells like a kiwi. It's a kiwi in grape size. What the fuck is this? It's weird, but it's not as strong of a flavor as a kiwi. It's got the kiwi flavor, but it doesn't have the same tanginess as usually kiwis have. It's a lot smoother, softer. But it's a kiwi flavor, definitely. And the skin, that actually tastes like a grape. And weirdly, with the combination of the skin tasting like a grape and the kiwi, it tastes like raspberry. What the hell am I eating? This is so weird. Kiwi, grape, and raspberry. Those are the flavors that I get. It's weird, but hey, it's not bad. Because 1, I love kiwis. 2, I love raspberries. And 3, I love grapes. So, 3 favorite things in one flavor bomb? Yes, please.
What happened to the Druids after 1000 AD?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Halligan. Scientists are still arguing on that point. Some suspect that many Druids simply became priests in the Christian church. After all, Christian priests took over the position in society that had formerly been reserved for the Druids. They simply changed their jobs.
And secretly continued their own religion?
That's not unlikely. They certainly influenced the Christian church. That we do know. Some experts believe that the Druids' order never ceased to exist. That's where the myth surrounding the final ritual comes in. It supposedly took place 1,000 years ago.
Right. But what have these murders got to do with the myth?
Well, that's just it, Mr. Halligan. I haven't told you the whole story yet.
There's more?
Yes. The inscriptions explain that the Druids' inheritors require the life force of other people to complete the ritual.
I see. And how do they do that?
According to legend, the flesh has to be cut off the bones of living humans and to be eaten.
Cannibalism.
Only then can their life force be transferred.
You mean The victims of these skeleton murders were practically eaten alive by cannibals?
By Druids. Yes.
I don't believe it.
The worst is yet to come, Mr. Halligan.
What? What could possibly be worse than that?
If such
The game
skeletons have been
goes
found
on.
in London, bearing marks of a golden sickle, it can only mean one thing. The inheritors are preparing for the perfection of their final ritual.
Which means?
The myth says, once the ritual has been completed, the world will become a place governed by evil. Dark magic will be unleashed upon the world, and mankind will have but one choice: to obey or to die.
Great. And you really believe all that?
I believe it's possible. You know, Mr. Halligan, I'm not a superstitious man, but I've spent enough time studying Druidism to know that more goes on between heaven and earth than we can possibly imagine.
I quite agree.
You see, and the skeletons that have been found within the past few months fit in perfectly with the Druids' sacrificial rites. The day of the ritual's perfection is drawing near. Of that I'm certain. What we're looking at right now is just the beginning. Before we're through, more people will die, and the inheritors will soon be strong enough.
What can we do about it?
Time is running out, Mr. Halligan. You must find the inheritors and put them out of action.
Why me? Why specifically me? But wait, there's more. No. Thank you, soldier. There we go.
That's an easy thing to say, but how can I?
There may be a way. During my latest research, I came across something very interesting. If
Sure
the
you did.
story I've heard is true, then there's a certain item that was extremely important for the ritual 1,000 years ago.
What is it?
A broken
piece
sword?
of jewelry mentioned in the old inscriptions. The Amulet of Transformation. You should try to gain possession of that amulet.
The Amulet of Transformation. What's its purpose?
I don't know, Mr. Halligan. Nobody does. All I do know is that the myth says it's important for the completion of the ritual. If you find the amulet, you may be able to prevent the ritual.
Originally from Portugal. I got a feeling that this batch might not have been that good because they feel and taste a little bit overripe. Like some of those do. Amulet of Transformation. Obviously an amulet that grants its wearer +9 to all saving throws. Ha! There's no saving this guy. He's got 0. And it's ×9 for him, so 0 times 9 is still 0.
How did you find out about the amulet?
My work led to the discovery of a connection between the Druids of Gaul and Britain. It seems there was a small group of British Druids who fled to France.
There should have
when
been
the
a
ritual
warning
failed.
before this conversation. Exposition warning.
To save the amulet, I found out that a 13th century despotic French nobleman somehow gained possession of the amulet. I found a picture of him in an old archive.
Really? Let me see.
Great picture. Here, my son, 11 years old, just drew this. Great talent. Let's put it in the game. Why? To embarrass him, of course. That certainly looks French to me. It's Lochmarn. We really are back in a broken sword. Should be in a clown outfit.
Well, he doesn't look particularly friendly. Was he a druid?
Well, he must have had something to do with the Druids, but I really can't tell you how he gained possession of the amulet. However, he is the only clue that I can possibly give you as to the whereabouts of the amulet. I suggest that you make your way to Carmore. With any luck, you may find more clues leading to the amulet there.
All right, Mr. Blake. I'll get going immediately.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Halligan. Good luck.
Thanks, I guess. Suddenly we're on a mission to save the world. Because why the fuck not? Forget the investigating the murders. Just go and find druids. Forgot how to use the stairs. How are we going to explain this to the captain then? Ha! We won't. You ready for this, Aselta? It's just that piano and the drums. So out of rhythm. That. I think the music destroyed Zelda because he hasn't said anything. I just can't imagine a Zelda slumped over his keyboard like... It's back! Where to next? France! Zelda.exe does not respond. Actually, next we're gonna go show Zelda the greatest animation ever in the game. If he's even here. He might be choking on his food, now that I think about it. You okay, Zelda dear? Pictures poor Zelda slumped over his keyboard a la the animator in Monty Python's Holy Grail, yep. Or this music inspired him so much that he ran out to the nearest cornfield with his cello to make some masterpieces. Yeah, possible. So we can afford the plane ticket, but not to use the payphone. It's even dumber than that, Bennigan. We're not going on a plane. Oh, by the way, Mr. Eridan, Swede, and anybody else who have not seen this character yet. Behold this beautiful piece of animation.
Hello, Janet.
Hey there, Gypsy Claw. To think there's not a single phone in Scotland Yard and Halligan's own phone is too heavy to use. Not to mention it's too broken to use. There are other phones in Scotland Yard, but he's not allowed to use them.
It's me again.
I can see that. What is it? Have you forgotten something again?
I just think that you would like my streams a lot better if I kept playing in that position. In that same kind of pose. I mean, I tried that earlier, but I think I broke my back. I mean, if I were sitting like this, then I would have to turn like this, put this arm here, like, kind of like this, and then put this here, this is really an Edgar suit position, you know. No giant cockroach in a human suit. Ow! Help! Ugh. Oh. Oops. I clicked out the freaking. I should have. Let me see if I can save this. Nope, it did. This is why I don't alt tab out of the game. It breaks. Good thing I saved. Good thing I saved. Oh great, we get back to this music. But be careful with the words that you use, Swede. Twitch doesn't like them. The reason why we didn't have any money to use for the payphone or anything because he lost his wallet. So we had to give this guy a drink, which we made out of half a flask of apple juice and the rest of it pure 90% ethanol, which is 180 proof. And we gave that drink to him, apple schnapps as we called it. And then we stole his coins from his hat. Yes, we pretty much drugged a hobo to steal his money. To make a phone call. This part, Zelda. This part. Wait for it. Nice rhythms they have here, Zelda. You know, anybody out there familiar with the Roman numerals? What do these numbers mean to you? MCCCML. $1950. You sure about that? Maybe it's Moomal. Maybe they're not Roman numerals at all. Maybe it's a spelling Moomal. It should be 1750 if we go with that logic. Because it's 3 minus 300. It just looks weird. Yeah, 1750. It just looks weird. Also, Zelda, did you see this animation that I showed to everybody before the game closed because of my alt tapping. Now watch this. This would be a great pose for me to have during a stream, right? Just watch Zelda. This lady, as she talks to us.
Hello, Janet.
Can you hear those just back breaking and popping and everything when she turns? It's like, hello there, Halligan. Hello. It's not just the shoulder, it's the back, and also her left thigh deflates. See? Just...
It's me again.
I can see that. What is it? Have you forgotten something again?
Well, actually no. I just thought I'd drop in.
Just do me a favor, Brent, and don't keep me from doing my work all the time.
End conversation. Halligan program ending conversation. They really knew how to animate people, right? And also, there's this. We forgot to show this to everybody. Behold, the levitating detective. His buttocks will never touch that chair. Yeah, you would be correct, Gabriel. The proper would be MDCCL. Yeah, because D is 500. Achilles heel training done right, I see. They really were incompetent with everything. Well, let's go to Portsmouth. Yes, we're taking a boat. Gabriel was correct. Boat. Don't ask how he can afford that, because he just can. Sorry for my reaction. My reaction is only because I just suddenly realized what part of the game we just got to. This is the dumbest shit in the game, this part. This makes no fucking sense. This is absolutely the worst part of this game. Like, you thought that the taking the money from the bum was bad. This is so nonsensical. Oh yes, you're in for a beautiful treat of moon logic puzzling. Not character building, moon logic puzzling. Like, none of this makes sense why you need to do this. Also great music for France. Did Daft Punk to make the music for this part?
Hello, Captain.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Something wrong with your hand? Oh wait, everybody has problems.
Do you know the castle of Carmore? I say.
I might.
Well, do you know the castle or don't you? You're not being very talkative.
No.
Oh.
Oh, well, thanks for the conversation.
You're welcome.
Let me see what's nice about that. I mean, as long as you have baguettes and an accordion, it's France. We need to find out who is the composer for this, and if it's somebody familiar, I want to ask them what the fuck were they thinking. No, Gabriel, it's not Spanish, it's not French. It's European. Inland European. Britain doesn't belong there because it's an island.
Good day to you, monsieur.
Shush, 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 silence.
Okay, I guess I didn't know that we're in a library. Apparently it's Christoph Ferger. Nah, never heard of him. So nobody familiar. Good, then I don't need to strangle somebody. With a cordless phone. Waiting for that joke to hit.
Tell me, my good man, which way is the castle?
Castle? Oh, you mean the burnt down mound of rubble on the outskirts of the village, I suppose?
Yes, that's it.
What do you want to go there for? There's nothing to see there.
I just want to take a look around. So, which way do I go?
Oh, that's simple. Just follow the road through the village, past the crossroads, and straight ahead. Keep going for about 3 kilometers, then you can't miss it.
Oh, welcome to France. Now, if you want to go to the castle, you go this way, and just a little bit of 2 kilometers that way, and you will find the castle. Yeah, very much. He's not even fucking French. Did you also come from Britain land to fish here? Hey, Tompa. He has made music for such diverse projects as Mystery of the Druids and Mystery of the Druids. Oh. So it was pretty much, hey, you know how to make music? Sure. Want to make music? Sure. Okay, come make music for a game. Sure. Oh, sorry, kilometers. Kilometers. Not kilometers. Kilometers. This 3D render of the houses in the background looks simply disgusting. Whatever do you mean? That is a beautiful house right there. Not some avant-garde art piece that somebody decided to create. I mean, look at those beautiful hills in the background. It feels like somebody should be playing Guts and Glory over there. There's nothing but green hill. Where are the trees? I mean, this kind of a place should have lots of trees around here. I guess they forgot the background. Glodo had more polygons than this shit. I think Super Hexagon had more polygons than this shit. Look at that tiny little dinghy over there with a huge motor. Like this thing would actually fly off of there if you turn that on. This is way too big for such a small boat. This needs nothing but oars. And it even has places for the oars, but somebody put this turbo beast on it.
Have you ever heard of the Lord of the Castle of Carmore?
Yes, of course. My parents used to tell me about him in order to scare me when I wouldn't go to bed. For the children of Carmore, the Lord was a kind of bogeyman, you know. Our parents used to tell us horror stories about him.
Oh,
What did they
bogeyman.
That villagers used to vanish, that the Lord would catch and kill little children. They told me, Pierre, sleep now, or the Lord will come and get you. I remember it as if it had been yesterday.
So it's like a little bit butt, a little bit up, and then, hello there, friends. I think I just pulled a muscle. Nobody knows how to act human in this. I mean, like, this is even... Can you hear his back just crying in pain at this point? It's just... I'm being really careful. I mean, for stupid jokes, it's not a good idea
What
to
did people believe
break
would
my
happen if the
back.
Lord
Break
came
my
to get
back.
You'd be killed and fed to the Lord's hounds. At least, that's what my parents told me.
That's not much of a bedtime story to tell a small boy.
True, but it worked. We kept away from the castle after dark, believe me.
Also, it's very nice to hear that your accent sometimes disappears. It goes a little bit of all over the place. And he sounded American there for a moment. I mean, I didn't throw out my back at all. Apparently, I hurt my arm. For some reason, the elbow is a bit tender.
Have you ever been to the castle as an adult?
Yes, a couple of times. We needed stones for our new stable. But I don't mind telling you, I wasn't too happy out there.
He sounds like Sean Bean. Well, he's certainly not talking with a French accent. Maybe he'll turn Italian next. Yep, they're all just robots, Zelda. We've come to the conclusion that nobody's human in this. Least of all Halligan. He's an alien in a Halligan suit.
Was the Lord such an evil character then?
Oh, yes, so I've heard. They say he murdered his entire family, not to mention half the household. He was a madman, but I don't remember many details of the old stories.
So the castle burnt down, did it?
Yes, that's right. I think it happened in some war or other, or during the Inquisition, but that was hundreds of years ago.
Maybe the captain knows that he's in bad game, so he better stay quiet.
What do you know about the castle?
Not much. It's supposed to have belonged to a rich family around here many centuries ago. As a child, I used to play in the ruins with my friends, but it's not really safe to go walking around in the rubble.
Why is that?
It's in danger of collapsing, my friend. Anyway, it's pretty creepy out there, especially in the cemetery. There's not much left of the castle nowadays. Local farmers use the ruin as a quarry when they need stones for their houses. There's just a few bits of rubble left, that's all.
I also noticed that your thigh has deflated because of your pose.
I have to go. Good luck with your fishing.
Thank you, thank you.
Inflate? No, it's just... okay. Yeah. He forgot that he's programming... You okay? Your programming broke there for a moment. I also like it that his leg is actually sitting on the side of the bucket. He's on the wrong place. He's not even in the middle of the chair. He's too much to the right. He's on top of the bucket. It's just like freaking Lowry in the goddamn Scotland Yard hovering over his chair.
It's me again.
Quiet. My God, haven't you been listening?
Don't you mean mon Dieu?
Catch fish, my friend.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
Well, how do you like the area? Have you explored it yet?
Not really, to be honest.
Aha. Then what are you doing here again? Trying to scare the fish away,
No. There were just a few points I wanted to clear up.
Very well. But keep your voice down, will you?
Certainly.
The subtitle said, Bon Dieu, mon ami. He's supposed to be French, but this actor couldn't do a fucking French accent, so they kept him as British. Yeah, the chair is background, yes. But they couldn't position him into the right spot because they were bad at it. So.
Tell me, my good man, which way is the castle?
Castle? Oh, you mean the burnt-down mound of rubble on the outskirts of the village, I suppose?
Yes, that's it.
What do you want to go there for? There's nothing to see there.
I just want to take a look around. So, which way do I go?
Oh, that's simple. Just follow the road through the village, past the crossroads, and straight ahead. Keep going for about 3 kilometers, then you can't miss it.
Kilometers.
Okay. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. You're welcome.
Incompetence everywhere. Da-da-da. That's what this game is all about.
I take it these drums contain fuel. Carmore. A picturesque little place. A de chevaux. Probably the fisherman's.
Did you just say two chevaux?
A de chevaux.
De chevaux.
Probably the fisherman's.
A de chevaux. I mean, even the Zelda recognized it as a 2CV, and he did too. We had a car like this when I was a kid. Like 4 years old. But ours was a Fiat. But it did have an opening on the roof. Can we just have not Sherlock move on then? Moving on. Hafen von Carmor, Schloss von Carmor. Aren't we supposed to be in France? Why are the names still in German? I mean, I know that this game was made by German people, but fuck, they didn't remember to translate these. They completely forgot to translate them. Carmer Harbor and Castle of Carmer. Or Haven of Carmer. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. They simply forgot to translate.
It's me again.
Quiet. My God, haven't
Mon
you been
Dieu.
listening? I'm trying to catch... Oh, yes. Well,
Not.
no. Very well.
Certainly.
Yeah, what? Keep...
What do you know about...
not as a child.
Why is that?
Anyway, there's not... There's just...
So the castle...
Yes.
Have you ever...
Yes. My pet for the children of Carmore. The Lord...
What did they say?
That villagers, they told me. I remember...
Was the Lord such an evil character then?
Oh, yes. So I've heard. They say he murdered his entire family. He was a mad...
What did people believe would happen if the Lord came to get you?
You'd be killed and fed to the Lord's hounds. At least, that's what my parents told me.
That's not much of a bedtime story to tell a small boy.
True, but it worked. We kept away from the castle after dark, believe me.
Have you ever...
Yes, a couple of times.
I have to go...
Thank you.
Hello, Captain.
Bonjour.
Do you know the castle of Carmore? I say...
I might.
When are you leaving for Portsmouth?
In 2 hours. Are you coming?
No, I think I'll stay here for a bit.
Very well.
Try speaking with the ferryboat captain. He doesn't seem to have much to say. Let's see if the fisherman will be more cooperative. Well, he is, sort of, if we keep the volume down, that is. Talk with him about everything. Your purpose here is to learn the captain's full name, which will encourage him to be more sociable. If the fisherman doesn't tell you the captain's name right off, keep nagging him until he does. What the walkthrough says. Apparently I'm supposed to be nagging. This is not even the weirdest part of this area. Not the weirdest part. But apparently I need to keep nagging this guy to get the captain's name.
It's me again.
Quiet. My God, have... Oh, yes. Well?
Not...
Aha.
No.
Very...
Certain. I have to go. Good luck with your fishing.
Thank you.
I mean, I've asked all the things that there can be asked from this guy. How can I need to know the captain's name? I'm out of here. Screw you, walkthrough. Let's go to the Schloss.
This must be the castle. Or rather, what's left of it.
Give me Schloss.
Creepy. Looks like this used to be a tower, but it's collapsed.
Is it?
Looks like this used to be a tower, but it's collapsed.
Is it? I can't help but think that the system I'm working on for work is only 3 years younger than this game, but just about as buggy. Well, it says Schloss on the map, so it's a Schloss, not a chateau. Hey, look at that. His head vanished. Because he's underneath the layer. He's underneath the layer. His head is underneath the tower layer. The hitbox is above the fucking... Oh, for fuck's sake. Man, these guys don't know how to make games. Why did they make this game? And they made more games! Ugh. It is hilarious, yeah. It is just so incredible to see people actually made a game like this that is filled with bugs and pure incompetence. I guess it's a pile of leaves, so he walks through it. There's nothing here. Absolutely nothing here. I think I need to talk to the captain about this place. Otherwise we don't know what we're looking for. Why am I whispering? Don't want the bad game to hear you're a good idea and make it jealous.
Hello, Captain.
Bonjour.
How are you?
All right.
You're not being very talkative.
No.
Do you know the castle of Carmore? I say.
I might.
Well, do you know the castle or don't you? Oh, well, thanks for the conversation.
You're welcome.
Hey, old man.
Hello, I'm back.
Damn quiet, I said. Are you trying to frighten the fish off?
I'm back!
I forgot. I was miles away. I've had a look round the area. I've been to the ruin.
And? What do you think of our little village?
It's nice. But I've got a few more questions regarding our last talk.
Oh? Well, go ahead and ask, but please,
Quietly. Right?
precisely, my friend. You learn quickly.
No, those are his legs just there. But his left thigh is like this thick. It's not like it's. He's got entropy on his left thigh specifically.
I'd like to speak to you about fishing.
What would you like to know?
I like your fishing rod. It's a beauty.
Yes, nice, isn't it? It's an enhanced fiberglass telescope ultralight 47, the latest model.
Also, it's very stiff. Are you sure it's fiberglass and not titanium? Well, it could be that he has crossed his legs, but it's just looks weird. It doesn't look like it. Who knows with these models? You know, everybody looks weird. Not normal.
What are you planning to catch?
You may not believe me, but I've caught all kinds of things here. You know, I've caught pike 5 meters long, with eyes like plates and razor-sharp teeth. That's why I bought this rod. The last one was pulled clean out of my hands by one of those beasts.
You expect me to believe that?
Of course, it's the truth. I swear it. I even had some photos of one of those fish, but I'm afraid I lost them. They fell into the water. Right here.
And now there's not a shred of evidence to support your story. That is a pity.
Don't you believe me? Ask Capitaine Deneuve. He will confirm it. I often show him the fish.
Capitaine Deneuve. Now we know his name. All I needed was to talk about fishing. I mean, that is why they're called fish tails. Because they like to lie. 5-meter pikes. I've caught pikes. Definitely not 5 meters long. Looks weird. The boats are not drifting. There's nothing in this game that doesn't not look weird. I mean, it's true. Not even the buoys go up and down. It's just the water flows, but nothing else. They're not bobbing up and down in the waves at all. Everything's stationary. Well, I mean, these two back here are moving. So there's life. In a way.
Capitaine Deneuve? Who's that?
Oh, you don't know him? He captains the ferry that brought you here. He's over there, on board. He's experienced a lot and has been all over the place. He knows a lot of stories. Incredible stories.
Oh? Like what, for example?
You'll have to ask him that yourself. I never really listen properly when he starts spinning his yarns. He's bound to tell you a story or two.
Oh boy.
You just have to know how to deal with him.
Oh boy, it's gonna be like with Blake. We're gonna be expositioned out of our asses.
How to deal with him? What do you mean?
Not so loud, please.
Because of the fish?
No, because of Capitaine Deneuve. He might hear us.
And?
Look, I'll tell you something. Deneuve's a bit strange. He insists on being addressed by his title. It's how do you call it? A peculiarity of his.
Oh? Why is that?
He's an old sea dog from a real old seafaring family. Some ancestor of his served in Napoleon's fleet. He himself used to go out to sea doing the real thing. Got a master's certificate and all that. Seen the world, so he says. These days he just captains the ferry. But he still insists on people using his title. He says his rank should still command people's respect.
Oh, well, if that's all, I don't mind. What do I have to call him, then?
Monsieur le Capitaine Charles Deneuve. That's his full title. He'll appreciate that.
Got it. Thanks for the hint. I have to go. Good luck with your fishing.
Thank you, thank you.
And how dare you say that there's no bobbing during my streams? Did you see me almost faint here from bobbing? By sour Captain Charles the Nerve.
Excuse me?
What?
You're Monsieur le Capitaine Charles de Neuve, aren't you?
Yes, that is correct, my boy. Charles de Neuve, Captain of the Merchant Navy of France. How do you know my name?
I've been talking to a friend
I'm
of yours.
totally a Frenchman,
fisherman
if you
over there
didn't
at the
know.
jetty.
Pierre? Ah, yes, old Pierre. I expect he has been telling you about his pike, the one that was 5 meters long.
Yes, he did.
So great that they hired people who have no idea about accents. There's only one person in the game who actually has kind of an accent, but it keeps going away every now and then, and that's Chris. The character, Chris. Because when you listen to him, you can hear that he's Irish. Yes, I'm seeing you for the first time in my life. You never traveled on my boat just now.
Pierre says you're from Carmore, like he is. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. I grew up here. As a youngster, I wanted to be a fisherman and used to work on my father's trawler. Later, I went to naval college to become a captain of the Merchant Navy of France. I have a small house at the end of the road, just behind Francois' Bistro.
He's trying. I can hear that he's actually trying to sound a little bit like French. Too bad with many of the words. You fucking fail.
You used to work for the Merchant Navy?
Yes! I have been to practically every single port all over the world.
Yes!
From New York to Zanzibar, from Rotterdam to Cape Town. I have sailed all known and unknown oceans, rivers, backwaters, lakes, and canals. I have seen things no other man on Earth has ever seen.
Sounds exciting.
Yes. But all that was a long time ago.
Yes.
In a few years' time, I shall retire and begin working on
Yes.
my
Yes. Yes. Yeah, calm down there, Le Captain. Yes. Well, Captain, I have seen shit that will turn you white. He's selling us a tarnished lamp at the market? Yes! He's seen things. He's seen things with his eyes. He sees things. They're often in disguise. You've seen Transformers? Cool. Transformers, more than meets the eye.
Your memoirs? That sounds interesting.
Oh, yes, my boy. I've seen a lot, you know. Disasters, storm tides, elements, mysteries.
Really? Would you tell me more?
I have seen ships disappear in the Bermuda Triangle. I saw the Prince of Egypt sink. I witnessed the accident of the Pride of Paris in Cape Town Harbor.
You were in all those places?
Of course. And that's not all. I have seen tsunamis 40 meters high and octopuses with 16 tentacles.
I thought octopuses only had 8 tentacles.
Quite, my boy, quite. I have seen things a common landlubber, no offense, my boy, cannot even begin to imagine. Octopuses with twice the normal number of tentacles.
Well, shouldn't they be
What do you
called
say
something
to that?
else?
Well, that's quite incredible.
This game is giving me a disability. I've just lost all hearing in my right eye. I think you're having a brain aneurysm. So the captain is a blowhard, you think? I mean, he sounds like he is in Dredge. Is there a way to make the dialogue play at double speed? Yes, by pressing S and not listening to it. Strong fetch, surely not. Alright.
do you know about the castle of Carmore?
The castle. The castle is shrouded in greater mystery than the darkest secrets I have ever experienced.
That's saying something.
Precisely, my boy. After all, I have seen and heard more than most mortals could ever dream of. But none of it is as mysterious as the story of the castle of Carmore and its evil owner.
Tell me more, and the Grease reference here.
Tell me more about the castle.
The castle of Carmore was once the home of a good and righteous lord. Around 1000 AD, the Druids came there. You've
Druids?
heard of the Druids, I take it?
Oh, yes. Quite a lot, in fact. Go on. Where did these Druids come from?
They were the last of the Druids from Britain.
my goodness,
Really?
this is
Yes,
awful!
really, my boy.
Do you know why they came to the castle?
They entrusted the Lord and his family with the safekeeping of something of great value to them.
What was it?
Nobody ever found out, my boy.
All right, what happened then?
The item remained in the family's possession for generations. But then the castle went to a descendant of the family who was not good and righteous, but cruel and mean. The evil lord of Carmore.
Was that what he was called?
That's what he has been called for centuries. He was a tyrant and a murderer. He enjoyed killing and held satanic ceremonies at the castle. Villagers would disappear from Carmore and never be seen again. They say he was executed during the Inquisition.
Half of this game's dialogue so far, and I do mean half of the dialogue, has been somebody giving us exposition. Or history lesson. And then somehow it's important. I don't know why. I don't know how. Video games!
What do you mean, they say? Was he or wasn't he?
No. I know the true story. The castle was destroyed before the Inquisition ever began.
But how?
The truth was told in a very old Breton legend.
Why not Dunmer?
One day, a salt seller by the name of Gergen came to the castle of Carmore and asked the evil lord for a drink of water. But the lord set his dogs on the man.
Go on.
Out of revenge for the lord's cruelty, Gergen hurled a handful of salt at the castle, which tumbled down immediately, burying the lord beneath it.
But why?
It was an ancient druid curse.
How old is this Castle and Baron thing? As old as we are after listening to all this. Why is such a...
So the evil lord died?
Yes. He's buried in the mausoleum in the castle cemetery.
The salt seller had knowledge of druid customs?
Well, he certainly knew how to use the magic that druids employed to deal with their enemies.
So the salt seller pretty much was like the fairy that came to the prince and turned him into a beast because the beast was being an asshole. So we are the bell to the evil lord to appease his death or something. Okay, sweet. Have a good night. Be ready for more of this tomorrow.
How can salt destroy a whole castle?
Through the magic of the druids.
Yeah, it's called
Salt is a
gunpowder.
destructive element. It corrodes, it decomposes, it parches. It can make people die of thirst.
Or it was gunpowder and he blew the shit up. So a druid fairy came and was really salty for the Baron for some reason. And with that saltiness, destroyed the whole place and killed him.
How do you know all this?
From age-old stories that people tell around here.
Ah,
Children
so it's
heard
all
them
bullshit.
From their
Got it.
parents, who in turn had been told them by their own parents. They were handed down through the generations. Sometimes, people even come here from town. People like you, asking about the old stories. Writers, researchers, all sorts. We even had a real aristocrat here from England once. He was very interested in the castle.
So, it's a broken phone. Centuries of mouth-to-ear stories that get lost in translation. Yeah, ancient Chinese telephone. They should have been playing Gardic phone. It would have been better.
Do you know his name?
No, I've forgotten. It was quite a while ago.
What did the man want?
He said he'd lost something out at the ruin. A necklace, a family heirloom. It seems to have been very important to him. The five of them spent days searching the ruins.
5?
Yes, there were 5 of them. They rented rooms above the bistro. 5 bigwigs in smart suits. One even had a uniform on.
Did they find the necklace?
No, I don't think so. They left after a couple of days.
Interesting.
Those were the 5 that we were looking for. To kill?
Thank you, Monsieur le Capitaine. You've been a great help.
You're welcome, my boy.
Now it's time for us to go pixel hunting. Fuck. They didn't find the necklace. We need to find the necklace. Get off the wall and run that way. Ah, this way. That's where the mausoleum is.
An iron gate.
This certainly looks like a cemetery.
It's locked.
Of course it is.
An iron gate. It's locked. It's locked. It's locked.
So where are our lockpicks? Oh, we don't have any? Okay. Just a bone.
I'd rather think about it again.
Ha! You think? Hardly. So now that we know that there's a cemetery, and the cemetery might have some things that we need to get.
A tower. This castle must have been a real fortress before it collapsed.
Usually that's what castles are. Fortresses. As I was saying, now that we know that there's a cemetery and the cemetery is locked, let's go talk to some people about how can we get in there. I just love all this going back and forth just to get more information from other people because you are a fucking dumbass otherwise. It's one of those tropes that you need to figure out first what you need to do. But it's so much back and forth here. It's so annoying.
Excuse me, Pierre.
Yes? Now what?
I'd like to speak to you about the castle of Carmore.
I've told you all I know about it.
I have to go. Good luck with your fishing.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Pierre.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to you about fishing.
What would you like to know?
Are there many fish here? Have you caught anything?
When it is quiet enough, then I catch quite a few, so please speak quietly.
Why? Do fish have such good ears?
You bet. A single murmur and I'll have to sit here for an hour longer waiting for them.
Murmur. Oh yes, I sure love clicking through hundreds of dialogue trees where it is easy to miss them when the required option dozens of times in a row, just to progress in the game. Yeah. I mean, this dialogue tree is like the worst.
Why are you fishing right here?
The ship's propellers whirl up a lot of plankton, which attracts the fish. Once the ferry has settled, I can often get a good catch.
Isn't this rather a noisy place for the fish?
Nah. The only time it's noisy is when the ferry's in. Other than that, it's really quiet. Unless, of course, people come up and bother me with too many questions, my friend.
Ship's propellers stir up the plankton which the fish will eat. You do know they don't need the ship's propellers for that. Plankton just swim around because they're like super tiny fish. I got a feeling that Pierre doesn't know how to fish.
What do you do with the fish?
Eat.
Well, what do you think? I throw the little ones back in, and the big ones get eaten.
You eat these fish?
Of course. Why not?
Well, this water looks pretty murky to me.
No. This water is clean, and the fish are first class. Carmore used to be famous for its fishing industry, you know.
But they didn't fish with rods, did they?
Certainly not. There used to be a whole fleet of trawlers. But practically all the fishing businesses around here were forced to close down a while back.
Probably meant algae, yeah. And I just realized that I said Pierre doesn't know how to fish or is not a fisherman. I should correct myself. The writers don't know anything about fish. Or fishing. Or anything.
I have to go. Good luck with your fishing.
Thank you.
Monsieur le Capitaine.
What can I do for you?
No, I've changed my mind.
No, I've changed my mind.
What? Well, it's up to you.
No offense.
None taken, my boy.
I think the game just broke me. Because this conversation didn't make it. Ah! Calm down. There.
Monsieur le Capitaine.
What can I do for you?
I've got a few more questions concerning our last conversation.
All right. Ask me anything you like, my boy.
All right.
Pierre says you're from Carmore.
Yes, later I have a...
Tell me more about Pierre.
I meet him almost every day. He doesn't have much to do these days. Not since the fishing industry went down the drain.
So he's a fisherman, is he?
He used to have 3 trawlers and 5 employees. But nobody wants French fish anymore these days. They're too expensive. Now he spends his days sitting at the jetty, catching a few fish for himself and his friends to eat. They meet round at his place practically every evening and talk about old times, when they used to go out on their trawlers every day.
So you're telling me that the fishing industry here went out of business because people just wouldn't buy the fish? I think the game is actually trying to kill me now.
How long does he sit there fishing?
Until I come back with my last load of passengers.
You're allowed to kill it
Since he's had that
first in
fishing
self-defense.
rod, he sometimes sits there even longer. If I have time, we go over to Francois' place when I'm finished. for the
Fucking
day.
die! It's immortal. Can't be killed.
Doesn't he have anything better to do?
No, not much. None of the villagers here has much to do, since business is so bad nowadays. Pierre has a small farm which supplies him with all he needs. A few years back, he built himself a small stable next to his house, where he keeps a few animals. His life is rather boring, really. That's why he's always pleased when I tell him a few stories.
Cool story, bro.
Thank you, Monsieur le Capitaine. You've been a great help.
You're welcome, my boy.
So, when are we gonna get to the ridiculous part around here?
That's salt.
That's salt. Yeah, this is where the ridiculousness begins. This is it. I guess I get to help my parents set price and replacement fencing. Within the high winds and the rain, and the recent construction messing up the concrete the posts were in, about a third of my parents' fencing has fallen over, including the posts. Eesh. Yikes. And we melt the castle with the salt? Well, we are going to do something with the salt, but first we need to get the salt. And here is where the moon logic begins.
Excuse me, Pierre.
Yes? Now what?
I'd like to ask you something about Capitaine Deneuve.
Have you spoken to him?
Yes, I have. And you were right. He's a very strange man. Can you really believe everything he says?
Well, I'm not sure, quite honestly.
Just
He's a sailor.
wait and see,
They're
Bannigan.
Always full of stories. 50 years at sea are a long time. Enough time to experience a great deal. And for a lot of things to become a bit muddled up in one's mind.
A bit?
He certainly seems to say some strange things.
I don't think all his stories are true, but there's a core of truth in many of them. You'll have to make up your own mind which of his stories to believe.
I certainly don't believe the 16 tentacle to octopi. Because that is not an octopi. It's a... Can't remember. It's a Decatheo puss. Yeah.
Is he a friend of yours?
Friend? Well, I've seen him almost every day for a number of years. He captains the ferry, I do my fishing. When he's finished for the day, we sometimes go over to the bistro for a glass of
You're very nice.
Yes, now I come to think of it, I suppose we are friends.
And you get on well with each other? I should think it's pretty difficult being friends with a man like him.
Oh, we get on rather well, really. We don't talk much, you know. If anything, he does the talking, spins his yarns. The only thing about him that sometimes drives me crazy is his damned cat.
The captain has a cat?
Yes. He lets her out here on the jetty in the morning and takes her back in at night. And the damned beast spends all day slinking around here.
You don't like cats?
I hate cats. They steal the fish from my bucket or get tangled up in my fishing line. Deneuve's creature has often knocked my bucket of bait over, and I've had to go and get some more. I've told him hundreds of times to take the animal on the ferry with him, but he just won't do it.
Why does he only captain a small ferry nowadays?
He used to command a large merchant ship, but then he was dismissed. I think it was because he drank. He missed Cape Town harbour in the fog.
That could have happened to anyone, drink or no drink.
Yes, but it so happens that with him, it was drink. He was actually seeing double. In the fog, he saw the shadowy outlines of two bays and ordered his helmsman to set course for the one on the right.
And that was the wrong one?
Exactly. There was no right-hand bay. The port had one bay, not two. But you'd better keep that to yourself. He gets pretty embarrassed if anyone mentions it.
I understand. Okay. Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. You're welcome.
And suddenly, cat. It's so wonderful that there was no cat around at all, but when you get a mention of a cat, it suddenly appears. Nope, there it is. Not only does he try to murder a hobo and steal their money, he now also is a catnapper. Cruelty to animals.
Captain Deneuve's cat. A rather stubborn beast, and on top of that it has fleas as well.
I think you have fleas, and now you're giving them to the cat. Well, there goes all his bait.
There! Did you see that? Did you see that? It's that damn cat again. She's knocked all my bait in the water. That's the third time this week.
Calm down. You can always get some new baits.
What about my fishing tackle? What about my telescope ultralight 47 for 800 francs? I can't leave it here unguarded. It could be stolen. I'll have to take everything with me, just because of that damned cat.
Don't worry, Pierre. I'll keep an eye on your things.
Would you?
Of course. No problem.
Thank you, my friend. Then I'll go right now.
Merci, mon ami. Is your head okay? I saw it. No, we're not gonna nick them. Not at all. What are you talking about? There's nothing to nick. Nothing to do here. You're seeing nothing. You're totally using these to make something stupid.
Now the bucket's hanging from the fishing rod.
I mean, this is not completely useless or anything. I mean, there could have been smarter ways, but hey, it's a video game logic and it's so stupid it's all here.
These are huge lumps of salt.
Yeah, but still, we had to steal the fisherman's bucket and fishing rod to get salt. He could have asked the captain, like, do you have some kind of a scraper that I could use to get some salt from there? He could have gone look for some kind of a tool to scrape the salt from there. But because our hero is an asshole, he had to knock over the fisherman's bait so he would leave, so he can steal his stuff. And is he ever going to return them? No! Because he's a fucking asshole! He should have scraped the salt from me! Because I'm very salty. Ugh. There. That's a good name save. Jesus fucking Christ. So it starts from there. And we're... We're not even there. We're there. We're quarter through the game. He could put back the poll now that he's done with it. Yeah, he could, but he won't. Because like I said, he's an asshole. What is this quit game? Oh, look at that. It closed the game. Thank you, everybody, for joining the live stream. I've had enough of this game for today. We'll continue this tomorrow. I mean, I have, like, asshole.